Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody from all around the world, hello and welcome to another episode of The Welch. But with me, yo, Jean-Luc Welch. It's Friday. Make some noise, yes sir. Clap it up, get excited, wherever you are. We are back with another show for your action-packed, jam-packed, all filled with your own viewing and listening pleasure and with your own discourse, because the whole show is a championship round dedicated event, all with you, the fans, in mind. That's right, you all drive the show, you all drive the conversation for the entirety of the 45 minutes, an hour, 2 hours. I don't care how long we on here. This is going to be based on what you all got to say on the show, and it can be about whatever you want to discuss in the world of sports today. Again, we do this every single Friday for you all to have your voice be heard. And hey, I'm not gonna lie, this has been a slow news week, so I might need some help with you all this week. Did I tell you what? And we're still going to give you all we got. But as we've been saying, in lieu of Canelo and Crawford, it's kind of slowed down in the boxing world in terms of the rhetoric, the news, the fights either being announced, or some fights have been announced. But you get what I'm saying. It ain't the same action-packed stuff it's been almost every single week for the past, almost for the entirety of the year. With this year being a spectacle of just fights to behold. But regardless of which, we're still going to make it do what it do, and we're still going to make it rock with you right here on the show. So without further ado, let me get the intro out of the way. Thank you for tuning into the show. If you have not already, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Yes, sure. Come join this empire that we got going on and help us to build it together by sharing the show with everybody that you know. And so we can help build up this conglomerate, this empire, this corporation together, all with you and your support, as well as be sure to hit the notification bell so you know whenever we post right here on YouTube. If I didn't say already, leave a like on the video and keep on commenting your opinions in the chat down below. Like with MS, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're with us on today. Excuse me, I was trying to make sure my microphone was leveled out correctly. But yeah, and Al Booga, I see you too. How you doing? Good to see you. Again, you commented right before I turned the chat bot on. Had to make sure everything was working great. So my apologies, but I do see you, and I'm so glad you're here with us on today. And hey, we got a action-packed endeavor. We got Crawford, we got Canelo, we got Keyshawn Davis, who we did not get to discuss yesterday, and I forgot it, which I had it as a topic. But we went so hard with Juwan Ennis. We went so hard with Terrence Crawford. We went so hard with a bunch of other things. We didn't even get time to touch on it, honestly. So if you still want to touch on it, hey, floor is yours, we can discuss it today. But we're here and we're live. Oh, I almost forgot, if you want to support the show, Cash App and PayPal, links in the description down below and on the screen in front of you, as well as you can listen to this podcast anywhere around the globe on Apple, Spotify, or whatever major podcast that you listen to, and we will be there. And if not, tell us. We will get there, absolutely no question about it. But again, like I said before, this is the championship rounds, and what we do on the championship rounds, we let y'all drive the show. So without further ado, we got boxing to cover, we got sports to talk about, and we got a world of voices that we need to hear. So let's jump into the world of the championship rounds right here and right now. Yes, sir. Ring the bell. Let's get it started. Round one, not round one. It's time for the championship rounds. Make the show your own. Whatever you got to say, topics, questions, comments, concerns, all of the like that you want me to talk about, that you want me to discuss, the floor is you all's to have a discussion and conversation. But while you're getting your questions together, we still got agendas and topics that we can discuss in the meantime. So let's discuss them, Shelby, like with one of the newest things that's come out in the world of boxing thus far. Hey, Shakur and Tio, but look, we were talking about that fight, who would win, and now that fight is potentially I don't want to say in the works, but it's starting to bubble up in the rumor mill that something may be percolating in the world of boxing. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get excited. Get excited. Now, again, mind you, rumors, it's rumors, to be clear, and it's all because Tio and Shakur have been throwing jabs at each other over social media. And we, on this show, had, I think this week, talked about who would win that fight. whether Shakur or Tio would get the better of each other first based off of the sparring video that they had shown, or that Tio had leaked to the public, showing them both in a very tactical jabbing affair, in which Shakur Stevenson saying, hey, this wouldn't be a bad fight. I'll be down for it. Now they'll throw more shots at each other. And if I can pull up, I can actually pull up the tweet right here, right now for the world to be able to see if you all haven't seen it already. And let me make sure I got my picture-in-picture adequate. Okay, yeah, we good now. We good. And so, as you can see right here, now, hey, they talking. They conversing. They are ruminating that this can legitimately happen. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yes, indeed. It's going to feel good when the little dude. And it's they going back and forth. And T.O.'s got some choice words for Shakur Stevenson. And Shakur ultimately saying, no, it'll be really good. Agreeing to the fight now. Shut up and let's make it happen. I'm not going to use the language that they showed on, that they are using on here. But you get the gist of it. There's some level of friendly fervor per se. Because mind you, they were just somewhat, excuse me, they were just somewhat cordial just a couple of, I think just last week, when talking about the training first with each other, saying, hey, this would be a good fight. Now it's turned into, hey, Shakur saying, hey, he wants to smoke. Let's make it happen. And we had discussed if Shakur versus Tio, if it happened at 140 or at 147, what would be the best fight or the best version of that fight and who would win. Now, we did say, to be clear, we did say that if Tio fought Shakur, then it would be a situation where at 140, Shakur might, Tio might just take that fight. We did. We did say that. And the reason was because of the fact that Shakur Tio at 140, at his best, again, was a very dangerous brother and was a completely different brother. Mind you, at 147, because, again, with the bigger weight class and all that stuff, ain't carrying that same level of pop that we've seen in the past. But at 140, 135, 140, okay, now you're talking about a brother who can crack. Now you're talking about a brother who, if he's showing up like Gordo Lopez, with the level of pop at that division, or between 135 and 140, now that's a dangerous brother who can also box with the best of them, who's got, again, some of the fastest hands in boxing, some of the sweetest feet in boxing, has been able to do, again, we talk about Boots Ennis being Roy Jones-esque in the boxing ring, but there was a point in time when Teofimo Lopez was showing that same level of unique ability. For instance, again, just recently against Barboza, but it was tapping his feet before going in for a shot as he was cutting off the ring and boxing around Barboza. It was insane. And Barboza ain't no joke. Mind you, Barboza beat Jose Ramirez. It wasn't a joke. That he had the best performance of the night on that New York card with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, all there at the same time. So when he shows up, he can be something lethal. And he's got a lot of tools that would make Shakur very much struggle, hypothetically. Now, again, with the new light of what we now know Shakur can do with his fight against William Zepeda, being able to fight in volume and be able to be in the pocket and be indeed a dog still without breaking his hand, with still the distance management, with still the, again, now that we see respectable punching. It ain't great, but it's respectable. A lot better than what we were saying he had before. Though, again, he had knocked out Yoshino, beat up Oscar Valdez, beat up Jamal Herring, all this. We had seen it before. But at the next weight class, seemingly a loss. Now, again, he ain't just putting people out cold. But it is respectable. And he can throw some sharp leather. Yes, he can. Both from distance and in close range, as he showed against Zepeda. An incredible display that was akin to the likes of James Toney and or a Floyd Mayweather. So it's good. It's really good. And what does that mean? That means that this fight has a better connotation in competitive fervor, which is great. So the question really becomes, if this fight did happen, what would be the weight class that this happens in? Because I've also heard in the meantime that T.O. has also been, it said, was it T.O.? If my quote is wrong, please excuse me. I was trying to find it to verify it before I came on the show, but for the second time, I just got to wing it, and I'll fact check myself while I'm here. But I believe T.O. had gone on record in some way, shape, or form, though he's at 147, saying that even 140, when he moving up to 140, was big for him, specifically. Again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So that may be that if it's not at 135, and what I said previously about it being at 140, different breed, might have a level of change to that perception. If, again, that quote is true. And if I can find it, I'll find it. If I can't find it, okay, fine. We'll just revert back to the original statement. In fact, for now, we'll keep with the original statement, with the prospect of, if I can find that quote of T.O. saying that, then okay, we have a different conversation. But for right now, for the second conversation, we'll just stick with 135 if he comes back down. Question is, at this point in time, can he come back down at all? That's the biggest thing. That's the biggest concern with T.O. Can he come back down from 147, where he's at right now, to 135, and will that weight cut, again, change it? Because he is older. Don't forget, he ain't young. This ain't a young T.O. Now, he ain't old as dirt either. But it ain't, he has matured physically. He has grown physically. His body has changed and adapted. And so now, making the weight at the lower weight classes, though it might be where he would be best at, might not be as easy or applicable. And it could be a situation similar to Roy Jones Jr., though it wasn't nearly as drastic. With the amount of size and stuff that he's put on it, coming up to 147, if he has to hypothetically cut muscle to come back down to 135, now we're looking at a dangerous proposition that eats away at the athleticism that T.O. brings to the table. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen. Hey, and I don't even know if this fight is going to happen. But if it does, it most likely would happen at 135, unless Shakur would say, yeah, I can move up. Now, Shakur seems like he's still comfortable at 135. It seems like everything's all well and good, with no issue whatsoever, with his ability to have, especially with what he did against Zepeda, be able to rock with anybody at this division. Would he even want to move up in Shakur to fight Teofimo Lopez? Though he is viable, or is vying to have that fight happen. And so, it would be an interesting affair. Now, on the flip side, there's also some concern with T.O. in terms of making that fight at all. Let's say, hypothetically, he did say, okay, yeah, I can make, excuse me, I can't. I'm sorry. I had some food before I came on the show, and it went down the wrong pipe. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. And I do apologize. But hold on. Hold on. Wait, we got... Oh, I didn't even look at the chat. We got people in the chat already. Like Trey Bacon. Hold on before I continue my next point. Trey Bacon, how you doing? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you with us on today. Sack, how you doing as well? Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you coming on the show. So glad you're here. Love King as well. Thank you so much for coming here on the show. We're glad that you joined us on this Friday afternoon. And again, it's the championship rounds. You all drive the whole of this conversation. Jay Wiggs, hey man, I ain't seen you in a hot minute. I'm glad you're here. So glad you're able to come back aboard, man. I missed you. So glad that you're back. Appreciate you joining in. If you ain't already, leave a like on the stream since you're back, since you're coming through, and hopefully we can make it worth you out, and we'll make you want to stick around. Absolutely. And I want to hear your thoughts and opinions. Because again, the entirety of this show, just like we do every Friday, is a championship round. Yes, I got points and agendas, but you all drive the conversation for what you want to talk about in the world of boxing and or beyond. Absolutely, we can make it happen. We can have ourselves a discussion. If I can talk about it, hey, I'll be about it. And that's why I'll try. I'll do the best I can, at least that minimum. But I'm glad you're here, man. Really do appreciate you coming back on the show. Let me see. But let me make sure I ain't missing nobody else in the thing. Let me see. Love King T.O. knows he doesn't stand a chance to win. Now, see, I don't think he lacks confidence to win. That's the issue. And this is what I was going to touch on. I think the ramifications of this fight are not predicated on, the ramifications on if this happens. It's not necessarily predicated on if T.O. is confident or if Shakur is confident they can beat the other. That's not the issue. It's not fear holding them back. In this situation, I would suspect it's T.O. and money. Because there's been a plethora of opportunities that T.O. has been given or has been put on a plate to have that he has not taken. Oh, and I think we covered this in the past episode over the course of his career. Just recently, could have fought Devin Haney. Somehow that fell through for reasons I don't understand. I think he might have had a shot to fight Boots. And he was the one that turned it down. Again, I can't, off the top of my head, I vaguely remember. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Please let me know. And I will correct myself, absolutely. But he's had a couple of opportunities to take some pretty big fights. And he, because financially he felt he wasn't getting enough, didn't take them, seemingly. And now the concern is with this fight with Shakur, which would be a very entertaining, very much lucrative affair that would have a great build-up and would indeed sell out. Oh, and the marketing would be incredible. Shakur can talk pretty decently well, but T.O., brother, he'll make you tune in. The brother was wearing an El Santo mask over on the I think it was on the New York card, and he was the side attraction. Yeah, he was one of the people that people couldn't take their eyes off. He was one of the biggest reasons that fight was able to get so much hype down in New York because of the antics that he was doing. It was great, and from the standpoint of marketing, it would be great as a fight with each other that would sell out. That would be phenomenal. This could be in MGM, Las Vegas, New York. Shoot, whatever, honestly, whatever stadium you want. From the standpoint of the marquee ones, or even a different venue, it would still be great. There's a plethora of things that can make this thing happen. My concern is, will T.O., if this is a legit, and it seems like Shakur is saying this is a real thing, will T.O. actually take this opportunity? Will it? Because I tell you this, if he did go and beat Shakur, that would do wonders for him. And already is seen as a great talent. But if he did beat Shakur, even with what we understand, T.O. being bigger, I get it. But still, what we know Shakur as, and what we know T.O. with the up and down roller coaster his career has been. Coming back down and beating Shakur, brother, that would do wonders from your standpoint in the boxing realm. And most likely it would actually help with the situation of, you getting paid what you're worth, which is what has been his biggest gripe over the course of his career, multiple occasions. Now you get that name on you, who's hot like fire right now. Ain't bad. The question is, will it actually happen? That's my biggest concern. It's on T.O. more than anything, on whether or not this fight would actually take place. Because he may just walk away from the negotiations like he's done in the past, if they even get started in the first place. Let me keep on reading. Y'all crazy T.O. would whoop that boy at 140 and 146. And again, how do we say this? I'm there with you that I think T.O. would win at 147. And at 140, I've seen the best, or 135, between that 135 and 140 range, we've seen the best versions of Teofimo Lopez within that range. And that can be great. But the issue is the consistency of T.O. and what he's going to show up as against a brother who is always on top of it. That's where this real concern comes into play. Because there's a real situation that, brother, with all the talent in the world, but Shakur is more consistent on average all the time. We just saw his best performance of his career thus far. We were saying that Teofimo Lopez against Barboza was getting back to form, but he had fallen under. And so I don't think it's as clear cut, though we expect the physical ability to be oh, that's something that Shakur can't get around. I don't think it's as much of a hurdle per se as it may be. Though, again, I have said I think Tio would win because of that added athletic ability. That would be something that would give Shakur a world of trouble on top of Tio's legitimate boxing acumen. But the issue is, can that acumen stay up? Can it stay up? And as high as it is it better than Shakur's? Because the thing about Shakur, but he's faced off against athletic people before. The issue is, though, he's so good, he can nullify. He's faced off against just about every single style that we can think of in boxing. And he's been able to nullify all of their advantages because mentally up here, he's better than almost everybody else in the sport. Almost. Again, there's still people that are like at or above his level, yes. But it ain't many. From an IQ standpoint, from a ring generalship standpoint, from an understanding of the game, there ain't many at this point in time that can tout that they are on that level that Shakur is. So it's a good fight. For me, it's a really good fight. But let me see. I only give. Also, I already said hi to Al Booker. I only give Tio a puncher's chance to get Shakur. Wow. Okay, a puncher's chance to get Shakur. Athletic athletic skills pay the bills. And see, and this is what makes this fight so exciting. It's the fact that it's the fact that this fight has the ability to either show two things. It'll either show the best talent that we've seen from Tio, because he's gonna need it if he fights against the likes of Shakur Stevens, or it's gonna show the true ceiling of ability that we have with Shakur. Because let's be real, but if Shakur beats Teofimo Lopez, as much as we know a win for Tio in that fight would be monumental, and it would be like, oh my gosh, hey, that's something serious. Even with you being the bigger fighter and the more athletic fighter, that would still be something serious. But if we see Shakur beat Teofimo Lopez, and we see him legitimately nullify, like outbox him, and make his athleticism null and void, and beat him IQ-wise, against Tio, who is one of the best, well-rounded fighters in all of boxing, regardless of how you feel about him. The brother is genuinely, from his offensive ability to his mental capacity, his defensive acuity, his speed, his pop, his footwork, his movement, his adaptability. He can do so many things in so many ways at his best. He's one of the most well-rounded boxers we have in the sport right now. That's a bold-faced truth. But if we see Shakur do what Shakur does normally and just outthink him and make it so it's null and void, brother, that would be incredible. That would be phenomenal. If he does that, that would further push my inkling that he would be able to beat Tank. Dare I say, if Shakur beats Teofimo Lopez, hypothetically, if this fight happened, where's my music? Where's my music? Where's my music? There it is. Here we go. Hypothetically, again, we're just drawing hypotheticals. If we did see Shakur Stevenson beat Teofimo Lopez clean, and Teofimo was the bigger guy, dare I say, at a higher weight, but I'm definitely saying that Tank has no chance against Shakur. I am definitely saying, if we see that, that would be, well, already that win against William Zepeda with the already understood backbone of talent and resume that we have seen from Shakur already made that fight maybe lean towards Shakur would beat Tank, and especially this version of Tank right now that we're all experiencing is out of the ring. But if he beats Teofimo Lopez, especially with him at a disadvantage and he goes up in weight to fight him, and they agree and he gets the job done, Brother, I'm going to tell you this right now. There's no chance Tank beats. It sounds bold. I know. It sounds incredibly bold. But we got to understand. Remember, there was a point in time when Tank's biggest op at 135, on top of Lomachenko, on top of, again, the up-and-coming Shakur Stevenson, though, again, at that point in time, he was still growing. Abdullah Mason wasn't necessarily in the picture. It was Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney, Tank, and who? Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez. And more so, if not as much Tio as Loma, because Tio had beaten Loma. Though he had lost to Cambosos, then he came back and he beat, was it Taylor? I think it was Taylor, after having another up-and-down run with Ortiz. So, and Sandor Martin. And so when he was at his best, it was looking like either Loma or Tio. And Tio, because of the size and the pop as well, was looking like one of the biggest ops that Tank would have to offer or go up against. And if we didn't see Shakur go up and beat Teofimo Lopez, especially with what we see right now with Tio, which again, I'm still concerned with the consistency, but still at this point, the brother looks like the Tio that we want to see in the ring on a constant basis. He beats that. I will go on record and say Tank has no shot. I will further. It's a close fight right now, and I'm favoring Shakur at this point in time. But brother, he goes and does that. But I'm telling you right now, that would 135 or 140. But I'm saying Shakur will be the best out of the two-weight class if he does that. That'd be insane. That would be preposterous. That'd be ridiculous. That would be absolutely insane. Not to mention you just wings it in there, and his corner ain't good. I can't say his corner is bad, because when he is on it, he whitewashes all of his opponents. When he's on it. Again, I can't necessarily say his corner is bad. Could it be better? Sure. Do I like his father at times and what he gives? Nah. But at this point, when he's on it, it's been working. So I can only, because I gotta respect the production, I can only knock it up to a certain degree, at least at this point in time. But let me see. I gotta focus Tank 100% versus anything 140 and below. So let me ask you this. Was Tank focused against Lamont Roach? If that's the case, then we got to ask the question: was Tank focused against Lamont Roach? Because most of the boxing public, myself included, feels he lost to Tank, and I've been saying that Tank has been the end-all be-all from the standpoint of the best fighter at 135 for years. Though we still want him to prove that, because he hasn't fought nobody to validate that in the necessary frame, especially of the last 3 to 5 years. But as a talent, we know the talent. But I don't know, but I don't think I can buy into this anymore, because again, there were some corner issues because Calvin Ford was sick and all this stuff. But again, how they were talking, but it's a seamless transition between Calvin Ford in this corner, and if somebody goes down, another person's able to take his place, because we all are one unit. They came out and said themselves, ain't nothing wrong with what we got going on. Calvin Ford, yes, has something physically going on. I'm glad he's better now, absolutely. But Tank was still Tank. The training was still training. They still communicated all throughout training camp. They were still together at separate in the corner. And even in that whole unit, it's like a brotherhood. So I can't even use that as to say, he didn't have it in him. Because I know Tank. I watched Tank. I don't know Tank, but I watched Tank. We followed him over the course of his career. But we can say we want about what he does outside the ring, which is indeed bad. Let's be clear. Some of the recent developments are indeed bad. But in the ring, we never questioned what his drive is, we have questioned what his drive is, but we haven't questioned his focus. Now against Lamont, that was against the Tank that we all were like, hey, one, this is a fight you shouldn't struggle with at all. And two, nobody was questioning if Tank was indeed in it to win it or not. Because he fought just like it. He just got beat. And so I don't think even a focused Tank can beat everybody. I don't think so. I strongly disagree with it. Now, it would have been easier for me to say yes if he had fought the likes of Teofimo Lopez or Devin Haney at 135. It would be easier. But because I don't got a track record, I can't say that for certain. I don't, because I ain't got the backing to prove it. Because after Gamboa, Pedraza, Leo Santa Cruz, who again he brought up, Pedraza, who he didn't even want to fight. Mind you, he did not want to fight him. He said himself he thought Flo was trying to set him up to fail. Because he said, I wasn't ready when you actually were. You should have been in a title shot by that point in time in your career. That was the right move by Floyd. For as much as we talk about how Floyd hindered Tank's career, but that was the one thing, he did that right. And you thought he was trying to sabotage. And then you beat Ryan Garcia, great, and then you go on and you fight. Who? You beat Frank Martin. Okay, they're starting to tick back up. We getting ready to see Tank go against the barn burner opponents. Then you fight Lamont Roach, who's coming up for 130. And nobody wanted that. Nobody asked for that. Nobody even saw Lamont Roach as a threat. This ain't disrespect. This is the truth. And he was a champion at 130. And then we said no champion at 130 had shown anything to do anything against Tank at 135, who was still at that point in time seen as a pound-for-pound fighter. Just strictly off of his talent alone, not necessarily with his accolades. But still, it happened. And we see what happened now. So I can't say for certain that Lamont or that Tank focused is able to beat everybody. I'm just not. And the question is, will he ever be focused? Because if he really was focused, he would actually be going after legacy, after these big names. Let's be honest. If he was actually focused, like we talk about, he would also be going after these huge names that we've been saying and these big mega fights that would make him big money. He would also be doing that. Yet he has still been skirting around fighting people that he ain't got no business fighting against. Nearly was going to fight Jake Paul. Can still fight Jake Paul. And don't forget, this brother still, when he comes back, might not give Lamont Roach his rematch. He's got big plans in the words of Calvin Ford, but ain't nothing been said, as we covered earlier this week. Or last week. Sometime this week and last week we talked about it. It's a problematic issue. It's a problem. It's a major problem. And it's not because we're trying to hate on Tank. It's because Tank's standard of greatness is skewed by a bunch of people, negatively allowing him to do nothing and still be seen as everything. The face of boxing, the face of the sport. And we capitulate that his talent is great. But we also capitulate that, buddy, you can't talk like you talk and not walk the walk to prove yourself right. When you got people like Shakur proving themselves right. We got people like Abdullah Mason proving themselves right. Schofield proving himself right. All these other names doing work. Devin Haney's fighting Brian Norman Jr. After the worst performance of his career, post Ryan Garcia, which again, PEDs fight no contest, understand. But after the second worst performance of his career, he's now fighting one of the biggest killers at 147. The biggest op to Boots Ennis when Boots was at 147, who just put Sasaki out the ring for almost 3 minutes straight and made that buddy lose 6 weeks of memory. Again, Brian Norman's new nickname is the Eraser, because he will erase life from your existence. And you will never be able to remember what happened. A portion of Jin Sasaki's life is wiped away from his entire memory. A month and 2 weeks, gone. Training camp, gone. Everything, family experiences, gone. Gone. Completely gone. That's what this brother did, and he's fighting him. After fighting scared against Jose Ramirez and still potentially is susceptible to that left hook that can go through and kill him. He's still proving what he is against requisite competition. That's all we want Tank to do. But if he doesn't show it against people that can validate how great he is, I'm not going to sit here and say how great he is blindly. I can say he's a great fighter, but if you ain't doing nothing, how great are you really? At some point in time, the hype's got to match the substance. And if there's no substance, guess what? Maybe there shouldn't be any hype. Maybe there shouldn't be any hype. Just maybe. Let me see. Tank is his own worst op. Yep, he's his own worst op. Unfortunately, that's the problem. Tank is checked out. Ready to fight like some Paul and Manning. No disrespect to Manning. And no, I completely understand. It's the fact that, like, brother, if he really wanted to, he could have beaten Barrios again at 147. He could have gone and tried to fight at 140 if he really wanted to. He could have been fighting at 140. Taking on Richards. He could have fought Richards and Hitchens. He could have fought Richards and Hitchens by now. Took the title away from him after he beat Poro. It easily would have beaten him. Yet ain't taking that test at all. Yet he only wants to stay at 135 because he says 140 is too heavy. That's fine. Fight at your natural weight. But then you don't fight at your natural weight against the people at your natural weight. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't think Tank was fully locked in against Welch personally. I saw him as he was. Because there wasn't a thing, for me, there wasn't a thing that changed when I was watching Tank in that fight. The issue was he got stopped from doing what he wanted to do. And all of a sudden, like I said, once that plan A that he formulates for the first 5 rounds, when he tries to implement it in round 6 and on, and it doesn't work, and now he's down on the card, and his whole game plan is predicated on a knockout, not outboxing you, getting a knockout. He can't outbox you, but it's all set up one shot that puts you clean out. Once that fails, all of a sudden he's got to dig deep. And when you don't relent, you don't like that. When you don't succumb, all of a sudden that's problematic. When you ain't backing up, that's scary for him. That's all, that he hates that. And with Lamont being able to build up his offense with him, instead of just showing all his cards at the start of the fight, now Tank had to go through. Okay, I gotta go to war. And he's eating my power. And he's dishing it back. Better. He don't like that. So I don't think that he wasn't locked in. I think the buddy he's got beat. For me, playing somebody, he just got beat. And this next version of Tank needs to be more locked in than he's ever been before if he wants to beat Lamont. But the issue is, he won't even fight Lamont and give him his deserved rematch. Just like with Isaac Cruz. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. And it really is a shame. Lamont Welch said in press conferences and interviews, he said he know Tank wasn't training right and focused. Well, hey, all right, that's news to me. Great. Thank you for letting me know. Now that I know that, most of the stuff I said still applies, but some stuff still changes. If Lamont Welch said himself that Tank wasn't focused in that fight, okay, he was in it. He knows better than me. I'll give it to him. I'll back down. But what I will say then is that if that's the case, and this is what you put on, why weren't you focused when you should have been? And was it because he thought this was going to be an easy fight, like it's been for the past couple of the fights in his career? And if so, if he isn't able to stay driven and focused in the next fight go round, why isn't he fervently trying to make this thing happen? Because all of a sudden, oh my gosh, I got exposed. Oh, I wasn't at my best. I need to shut up this noise so I can make sure that people know I'm really like that. If that's the case, then which I capitulate. If he said it, he said it. He was in the ring with the buddy. He knows what's going on. I'll give it to him. My only concern is with that level of unfocusedness with Tank, now that we see that that's true, The issue is, when are you going to get focused? Yes, I know you got legal action going on. Yes, I know legal actions of your own volition. Something that you did. It's your third time. Again, we ain't getting into personal life. Everything's still going to court. Made bail. I ain't getting into the thick of the weeds. We just know this is what third offense with the same domestic violence issue. But I ain't getting into the weeds. Lie, truth, we'll let the court decide that, and then you research for yourself the evidence from the jury or evidence from the court, evidence from the case as to what is this happening. I ain't stepping into that territory. But what I do know is that with all of this going on, I understand stuff can be elsewhere. I truly do. But at the same time, he has moved in this same vein, even when he's had nothing going on in his personal life. He has moved in the same vein of, okay, it's time for me to, Eastside Cruz, broken hand. People were saying it was a closer fight. Some people even thought that I had lost the fight. In terms of, some people thought Tank lost the fight. I didn't. Some people do. I need to shut this noise up. I'm a protege of Floyd Mayweather. Any close fight that Floyd Mayweather had, he bounced back and fought them immediately and got the win in complete dominant fashion. Castillo, Maidana, and others. So if that's the case, and I'm as great as I am, should do the same thing. Yet in every situation, has not done it. And this is the clearest one where it should have been no-brainer. Easy work to go through and go on and get that fight signed on the dotted line. Because mind you could have signed it before all this stuff with the courts happened. The situation with this girl, he could have done that before all that happened. He could have done that the week after. If he really wanted to, cut his tank. And he's got all the power in the world. We do know that. Don't forget, we ain't acting like I can have criticism of Tank all I want. I can say he's not the face of boxing, which is true, but he is a face of boxing. That is one of the biggest faces in this sport. And this brother has the pull that only a few other people in the boxing world have, like the Canelos. He, not to that degree, but as close as you can get to it, to be able to, whatever I want, I get. And whoever I want to fight, I'll fight, because it's my ring. This is my world. I'm the A side, as we had that conversation years ago. I'm the A side. I can control what does and does not happen. That's been his whole MO. That's been his whole MO. Use that power, which I get it. I truly I do. But even with all that power, he could have used that to make this fight before. He could have used that to make this fight well before we got this situation right now where it is August 8th. And that fight from the night it ended up until now, only Lamont Welch signed on the dotted line and Tank did nothing. The entire before the domestic case, didn't do a thing still. We thought it was putting in Sugar Ray Leonard, waiting out Lamont, make him get into a false sense of security. That fight ain't gonna happen. I'm not gonna train like Sugar Ray Leonard did to Roberto Duran in their second fight, waiting till the last minute to sign the contract. And now all of a sudden, Roberto, you got 2 weeks to train, 3 weeks to train. I'm 190. I got to get down to 140 or 147, whatever the weight was, which helped capitulate to the no Moss fight that happened. And bing, bang, boom, he quit because his body couldn't do a thing. Because it was literally just trying. It took all that work just to get conditioned, let alone to get in to get in fighting shape, just to get the weight down. And Ray Leonard played a smart game. Tank could have even done that same. Could have even done that. We thought he was going to do that, but he didn't. And so I'll say this. I have a short leash when it comes to Tank and what he can and cannot get away with. Not because I'm a hater, and not because I'm just trying to dog on him. because I love to see the brother fight. He's an incredible fighter. Him against so many matches would be insane levels of entertainment and fun. And I would love to see him reach that zenith of, brother, this man is looked at as the it guy in boxing. That'll be dope. But it would be more dope if he actually went through the process of it. And he just hasn't. But he's been able to walk like he has. It's like somebody claiming a frat. They cap Alpha Psi. Or they Sigma. They in Omega. Whatever fraternity that they're a part of. And they walking around with the letters and colors and they acting like they went through the rigors of going through initiation. And they didn't. They throwing up the sign. If you an Omega, they barking like a dog. If you a Kappa, they shaking their shoulders. If you a Sigma, they saying blue fight. And I'm not a part of it. I can say it though. I got relatives. I get A1 top ass. I'm not a part of it. I'm not claiming nothing, to be clear. I'm just giving you examples. I want nobody jumping on me. Okay, I got family. That's a part of them. So I ain't doing nothing out of pocket. Okay? I got ties. I do. So don't get on me. I know some of y'all serious. To be clear, I'm not trying to claim nobody. Be clear. Didn't get a chance to join one, but I've been closely associated with them over the years. I've known a bunch of them, done events with them. The Divine Nine, all of them, they cool. I ain't claiming nobody. Let's be clear. I don't want y'all doing to me what I don't want y'all doing to me what the Omega tried to do to Drewski. Jumping on that butter because he hit with that skit that he wants to do it with the Omegas. I ain't having that happen. But to really back in, it's like that. And you walk around like you did the work and you earned those letters. You earned the jacket. You earned the hand signs. And you earned the fraternity call. But you didn't. And yet, because of, you're you, how did they get away with it? That ain't right. Because then the people that actually do the work don't get the actual recognition of, hey, I crossed. I did it the right way. I joined the frat the right way. I put my time and effort, but he's getting all these benefits that I have been grinding my butt off to try to earn. It ain't right. It's a double standard that we're trying to keep on the level. Because again, if we let stuff like this get away, greatness gets diminished. And the standard or the bar of what should be reached to become one of those biggest faces in the sport and to become widely acclaimed as a dominant fixture, all of a sudden that bar gets lowered. And next thing you know, we get people that don't got no business being talked about in pound for pound conversations and or all-time great conversations or just the best of this era conversations. All of a sudden they get thrust into it because they've accomplished stuff that doesn't fit the bill. But people think that new bar that's lower is the bar that needs to be reached to be great. And that can become that can skew what greatness turns into and diminish the product as a whole. And we just don't want that. Let me see. To me, that knee was and hold on. I mean, wait. To me, that knee was an instantiation. I hope I'm saying it right now. I know my words. I don't know why I'm struggling to read that. To me, that knee was an instantiation. And excuse me if I'm saying that wrong. I do apologize. What was going on in his head in his life at that point in time? The pressure in so many ways got to him. And he literally needed to take a knee in that moment. Okay. I ain't never seen that word before. You know what? And I pride myself on being vernacularly adept. But I learned something new. Y'all teaching me something. I ain't never heard that word used in a sentence. That's new. I'm gonna apply it. I'm gonna apply it. I appreciate it. I'm learning something new. This is dope. But you're saying that knee was essentially a look inside the mind of Tank. I need a break because all this stuff going on in and outside of boxing is just too much, or it's just a lot. Maybe. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's like it's. And again, we've seen boxers have mental crisis. We've seen breakdowns in the ring, genuinely. We've seen outside life take over the internal affairs of what a sport is. Mike Tyson is the most grandiose example, but there's been a plethora of others. A plethora of others. And it's a frustrating sentiment, no question. And we hate that it happens. But it is something that almost every boxer goes through that in some way, shape, or form. It's a crossroads where everything just kind of feels overwhelming. I understand that other boxers have talked about that. Boxing, again, it's an unforgiving sport. The mental, it's 90% mental, 10% physical. That 90% does also involve outside the ring, life. Boxing is a canvas to paint a representation of what life is like. Boxing is almost a perfect metaphor for what life is like. It's a fight, adversity, strife, stress, overcoming, failure, knocked out. You don't know how you got there. There's so many different instances, and it can become it can take a toll. It can take a toll. Yes, it can. The issue is, though, how you handle it. And this is still a sport. And I'm not trying to be crass or cruel. But Teddy Atlas said it best. That's what helps make Usyk so great. Ali, so great. That's one of the greats he's had with Tyson. And he trained Tyson. And he knows how great Tyson was and is as a person now and as a talent all time. The fortitude up here to handle all that life and boxing bring to the table. If you can manage that and hone that, that's what helps unlock the key to different aspects of what you can be as a fighter. That's what Ali did. That's what the likes of the greats of the past, Jack Johnson, taking the racism and the death threats and turning it into fuel. Dating white women and all that stuff, going through and breaking all norms because he knew, but I'm that guy, and I can't let this get me down. Joe Louis becoming a fixture in not just the boxing community and in the black community, but for an American hero. Helping to work to open up doors both in and outside of boxing. But he's the reason why he's part of the reason we got black golfers right now in the PGA or whatever the other league that's going on right now. He's the reason. He literally burst the door open to make that applicable. Sugar Ray Robinson, you don't even need to say anything. What Sugar Ray's done. It's been a plethora of people that adversity has changed them into greatness. Even with all the whims or the cruelties of life as a whole. And it has been oh so much. And again, I'm not trying to sound cruel. I'm just going off of how, again, a brother who's been in the sport longer than me, Teddy Atlas. That is what helped molds and makes truly great fighters. Everybody's got to go through that. And it's got to find a way out of it. Because if you don't, this sport will spit you out. This sport will kill you if you don't. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to be a cold and unforgiving. This sport will spit you out and leave you with nothing left if you don't get that managed. We've seen it. Death and despair is a legitimate proposition for this thing. And it's not, and as well as riches untold and legacy abounding. The highest of highs and the lowest of lows are literally one punch away. Do you understand that? The iconic legacy greatness and death are a punch away. That's it. One shot, one right hand, one uppercut can literally be the difference in death and you being a GOAT. I'm not saying it's hyperbole. That's the danger of this. That's the danger of what's going on. And that's why you got to be locked in here. And I'm not trying to say the outside life doesn't matter. It truly does. It truly does. And that's why it's so important that you got to get yourself centered and focused. Because if you don't, the importance is, if you got, that's why they say if you got 1 foot in retirement, brother, you're already retired. Because if you can't give your all, you ain't got nothing to give. Because the next person that comes around that does give their all while you're lacking, you're done. Boom, just like that. It can happen in an instant. It's too dangerous. It's too violent. It's too risky to not have yourself in there at all times. That's why we get so frustrated with people that aren't as invested like they need to in the sport. Because it's not just about, it's more than just the legacy of what these people do. It's more than just the legacy of, oh yeah, we want you to be great and reach your zenith. It's because if you don't keep that fervor, there is a real opportunity that your lax ability in focus can be the difference in life and death. It's like that. Again, Jen Sasaki's the most recent victim. Thank the Lord he recovered. But brother, this ain't a game. This ain't a game. You can't. It's football. Another example for my people to watch football. American football. Because we got some people from internationally. You can't just go about the motions of football. Because if you do, you're gonna get your head taken off. You're gonna get a concussion. You're going to get ribs broken and your life altered. Your knees won't be the same. Your CTE can take hold of you with one hit. Your life forever altered. Paralyzation. Amputation. Replacements. Blood clots. Arteries burst open with a plethora of issues. ACL, MCL, meniscus. We've seen this so many times that you gotta commit all in. That's what we're saying. You got to be all in because this sport that's my issue with Tank. This sport is too dangerous. And there's too much at stake, both good and bad, for you to be this type of fighter with this type of mentality. Because everything's right there and it can go away just like that. It can go away just like that. And it's different if, okay, it happens. Like Sabrina Matias killed somebody in the ring years ago. Well, that's why he was one of the most feared punchers in all the boxing at one point in time. Because he literally, because of the punishment he dished out, it killed somebody. Horrible. It's a terrible situation. And that brother was focused. And he knew who was getting in the ring with. He knew who he was fighting. And he was actually locked in. And he still lost his life. I'm not trying to scare people, but I'm trying to tell you, this is more than just with legacy that I'm trying to get with Tank. All of this is underlying because if Tank, as big of a star as Tank is, you are just like with anybody else, a punch away from losing everything that you've earned. With health and in life. And while we understand, even if you focus, it can happen. Brother, I don't want to hear a story, or I don't want to have to relive a story of somebody who wasn't where they needed to be mentally, who thought they could go through by just going through, had the worst thing happen to them. And we can point to the brother wasn't prepared. If we can point to that he wasn't focused and something terrible, again, I'm not trying to fearmonger, but if something terrible, if something does happen, and we point to, oh, this brother wasn't locked in, brother, no detrimental that is, no heartbreaking that is. You think that there was more that he could have done to potentially prevent something drastic happening? But because he just thought he was going to be a cakewalk and he never stayed focused, he let something happen that shouldn't have happened if he'd actually been where he needed to be mentally. And lo and behold, everything's up in smoke. Again, I'm not trying to fearmonger, but I'm trying to be real, because this is the topic and issue at hand that underlies everything that we've been saying about Tank. This life is too short and this sport is too dangerous for you to be moving like you move and to do what you do and going at 50-60% hypothetically, if that's what you've been doing this whole time. Because if you don't get yourself where you need to be, all of a sudden everything can go away just like that. And I don't want that. I don't. I really don't. Let me see. You cooking Tank Davis' career has been underwhelming, and to say the least, no question it has. Also, OG Blaze, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for your show. So glad to be with you all on today. I do apologize. This was something that kind of just spurred from the conversation, but I appreciate it absolutely. Freeze Temp, hey brother, how you doing? Thanks for the show. So glad that you're here with us on today. I gotta make sure I'm following the chat more often. Appreciate you coming through. Freeze Temp, so glad you're back through. Again, it's the championship rounds. Whatever you all want to discuss on the show, topics that you want to bring to the table, I want to hear what you got to say on anything that we discuss in the world of boxing, whether it's Crawford, whether it's Canelo, whether it's Keyshawn Davis and what he's going to do at 140, whether it's the Teofimo and Shakur. We can talk about it all. I want to hear from you. Absolutely. Yep, round 9. Fight wasn't going the way it's supposed to. Knock out Welch by then, but it's not happening. A lot of pressure. Yeah, that could have been why Duran was partying after the Ray win. Yeah, he was. And I get it. Shoot, I would have been partying too if I had beat Sugar Ray Leonard in the biggest fight of my life and one of the greatest fights of all time. But brother, imagine how different that second fight would have been if he had spent maybe 2 weeks going and partying and then locked back in, understanding that there was a rematch involved. Coming up next. Imagine what that rematch would have been. Oh my gosh. They had a third fight, though it wasn't nearly as great. But imagine that second fight if he had been able to lock it. Oh, that would have been great. That would have been phenomenal. Let me see, Canelo career where it been the same as Tank for me. Yeah, yes. Over the last 5 fights, it's been just that. Again, William Scar was more so of a what's the word? When something is what's the word? It's when you're formally doing something out of necessity, not necessarily out of or like a happenstance. I can't think of the word. I don't know why. Maybe I need some more coffee. But it's like that. The fight with William Scar more so was a thing that needed to happen so he can just get the belts to bring into Crawford. We knew that Skull wasn't going to win that fight. We knew Skull shouldn't have even been champion. We've seen people get given titles before. Skull, I'm surprised. That's the word, formality. Thank you, Albuga. Formality. That's more so a formality than anything. Which, okay, he still could have fought better. Canelo still could have actually ended that fight early. He could have, but he just went to first gear. But that fight was more of a formality than anything else. But even before that, it's been names that's been either okay to shouldn't be in the ring at all. Like again, Berlanga shouldn't have, at that point in time, shouldn't have been in the ring. John Ryder was a fight that went the distance that shouldn't have went the distance. Munguia, he beat up old line, young line, like we said before, that was a good, or okay, the borderline good win for what Munguia was at that point in time, who had knocked out John Ryder before that in his first, I think it was first fight at super middleweight. So hey, but even still, you saw what happened. And afterwards, it just kind of fell flat. Shiraz is going to be interesting when he fights against him. If we assume Shiraz is going to get a shot if we see Canelo beat Terrence Crawford. But Shiraz, hey, that's a good fight. That's an entertaining match. That's a match. That's the closest we might ever get to Canelo versus David Benavidez because of Shiraz's height, reach, and power, and hand speed. Though it's not nearly as close as the likes of David Benavidez in terms of hand speed, and he's not nearly as talented. But the power 168, it's there. It's there. And well, hopefully we see that fight happen. But my gosh, who knows? Who knows? But it has taken a similar trajectory of just stuff not going about. Let me see. Facts, only a few can do it at the highest level and handle extra pressure. Yeah, you right about that. Yo, Ninja, what's going on? How you doing? Salute to you, and thank you so much for tuning in to the show with us on today. Leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. Keep on sharing this show. We got 50 people in the chat. My gosh, this is great. I'm glad y'all are liking what we're saying, or I'm glad you're at least finding it entertaining, even if you don't agree with what we got to say. Maybe we want to hear from you. Again, it's still the championship rounds. I want to hear what you got to say in the world of boxing and or beyond. NFL, NBA, whatever you want to talk about, we can discuss it for however long this show goes. And if you want to support the show, Cash App and PayPal while we're waiting to get monetization. Links in the description down below as well. If you want to help support the show, keep the lights on and help us to make the show bigger and better for you all to enjoy. No question about it. But let me keep on reading so I'm not wasting time with you all. Let me see. Tank could have been a superstar if he had the heart. The road was set up for him, but he chose the wrong path. And see, the crazy thing is, he's still a superstar. Like, there's still not 5 people that would bring in more money on a consistent basis than him on a night-to-night situation from the business side. It's just the fact that the grandeur would be even better. He could have rivaled Canelo. That's the frustrating thing. This brother could have rivaled Canelo. If he had gone through the road that we said we wanted him to go through, T.O., Tank, Devin Haney, Shakur, well, at the time, Shakur had gotten, up to the point. And then after he beat Barrios, stayed at 140 and tried to unify, all of a sudden, brother, we would be talking about him in the same grandeur as Canelo. Though Canelo, again, will still have the bigger legacy. It would be a lot more of a closer conversation. And it would be a lot more valid as to who is the face of boxing. It would. Because the work would have also matched the hype and the talent. And the popularity. I just hate the fact that, I hate that he chose the wrong path. I really, really do. Let me see. Yo, Sony, what's going on with you? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in to the show. T.O. Capping, brother. And also salute to you as well. So glad that you with us on today. But you think that T.O. ain't actually trying to fight Shakur. So again, you see what I'm saying? This is the concern. T.O. not fighting the other big names that he's also had on the docket. It's like, the concern is it may be all talk without him actually committing to going through and making something happen. And I hope that ain't the case, because I would love to see that fight. But it's a frustrating sentiment. But let me see. Unless no, I read that right. Let me see. I would be pleasantly surprised if they end up announcing Kerr versus T.O. I would too. I just don't know what weight it would be at. I don't know. I would assume it would be, if it did get announced, it would be at 140. Bigger than just the issue of will T.O. go and make that fight. It's also, what weight would it be? I highly doubt 147. And would T.O. want to come down to 140? Though I think he could. Might still be a little bit, at this point in time, might be a little bit of a stretch because of how much he's matured in his body, but he could. And then, would Shakur want him to go out to 130? Or what do you want? Would Shakur want to go out to 140? Or make this fight at 145? At 135? Or maybe a catchweight? 138, something like that. Who knows? I don't know. The logistics will be logistics. But either way, if that fight got announced, that would be huge. Huge. That would be huge. That would help. Brother, you want to talk about content? Oh Lord, that would be insane. That would be insane. That would absolutely be insane. Let me see. Trying to keep on reading. Canelo already took the tough fight earlier in his career. Hold on. What's going on? Canelo, a notorious cherry picker. Hold on. How Tank same as Canelo? Canelo's levels. No. I said from the standpoint of the argument of the face of boxing. Canelo would still be the face of boxing, regardless. Because his resume is just too deep and his popularity still outshines Tank. But it would be a closer conversation than it's trying to be forced to become now. If Tank did take those requisite steps to be the consistent fighter that we know he can be against the competition that would also be on his level, and he cleaned them out. If he did that, we would have a lot more of a compelling argument for whether or not Tank should be seen as the representation of this sport, though it would still be Canelo regardless, because Canelo has just done too much. He's had too long of a career. He's got too many names for Tank to be able to catch up to, unless Tank just goes on a stupid type of run and just starts fighting everybody, that we can think of within the span of like 2 years. Ridiculous if that happened. But it's right now that hill is just too big to climb. But it would be a better thing to talk about. It would be a leagues better conversation and a much more debatable conversation than it's trying to be forced into now for people that still think that Tank is the face of the sport or is as big as Canelo. There's no argument for that. But if he did the work that we wanted him to do, there could be a better argument for it. That's what I was saying. Hopefully that clears it up. But I'm not putting him on the same level. Trust and believe, I'm not. I am not, but let me see. Canelo already took the tough fights early in his career. Fought Mayweather at 23, then fought Mosley, Cotto, the Boogeyman, Triple G, of course, 3 times. Pound number 1 at one point in time. Beat Kovalev, knocked out Kovalev. Let's not forget. Kovalev was old. I do understand. Still, coming up from 168, who started his career at 154, you're still going to knock out the brother. Hey, man, that's impressive. That's something to behold. That's something. And then to reign as the best super middleweight in the world. It's been 4 or 5 years now? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's incredibly impressive, and no question about it. Canelo boxing is 81. Tank is 39 out of 100. Please, no, I'm not comparing the two. I'm not comparing the two in terms of which one's greater or better. I'm simply saying it would be a better from face of the sport perspective. It would be a better conversation. And let me see. 1 year speed compared to Tank is, yeah. Oh, shoot, I forgot about it. He did become undisputed in 1 year, didn't he? Dang. Shoot. I completely overlooked that. Oh my word. Yeah, no, that's insane. That's actually insane. Let me see. I just watched a video of Tank and Devon said whenever they were young, they would never fight. Oh, excuse me. Tank and Devon said when they were young, they would never fight. Really? Okay. Huh. Now, I did not know that. Now, again, we've seen a similar thing Devin talked about with Keyshawn Davis. Keyshawn and Devin Haney would never fight each other because of what they meant to each other as brothers in arms. And I think Devin Haney helped Keyshawn Davis out of very, very real spot in his life. So they would never fight each other because they got a brotherhood. Okay, I get that. I understand that. I did not know that Tank and Devin had that same approach. Now, I've also seen with a hit list that Tank called out Devin. When we talked about that list that hit list that Tank has made over the course of the years, about I think it was like 2 years ago, in lieu of his retirement that was supposed to be in this year, ended this year in 2025, he made a hit list of who he wanted to have on there. And it was Teofimo Lopez, it was Devin Haney, it was Teofimo, Devin, Ryan, and he took out Ryan. Rolly, he already took out Rolly. And I think there was like 3 more. If I can find the clip, I'll post it up to you. But if they did say that, recent words have seemingly said that they aren't at that same standing no more. Of recently. In fact, you know what? I'll hold my tongue on it. Let me find the clip, and I'll come back and validate whether or not this is indeed true or not. Because I don't want to speak out of term. Because if this is indeed right, then hey, it is what it is. Because again, Devin Haney, Keyshawn Davis, same thing. If this is the same, okay, we got a different conversation. But I remember that it wasn't. But I'll look it up to make sure before I make any concrete things. Canelo, his undisputed. Tank will never in his life. And the crazy thing is he can. That's the crazy thing. The crazy thing is he can be undisputed. He could be undisputed genuinely. He just doesn't want to go through it. I just don't get it. That's the only thing I don't understand. He doesn't want to go through it, but he can do it. We all recognize his talent. He can do it. Even with Lamont Welch giving him a good fight, guess what, brother? Other champions would give you great fights, but I still think you would beat almost all of them. I just don't get why you don't just go and take the opportunity. That's my biggest thing. Let me see. Who will be the face of boxing? Who will be the next face of boxing is the real question. In my opinion, there are only 2 contenders at the spot: Emilio Vargas and Abdullah Mason. So this is interesting. This is a good topic. This is a really good topic. This is a really good topic. Who would be the next? Who's going to be the next face once Canelo's gone? Because again, let's say, because most of the people that are in the running to either take Canelo's spot or just be in the vicinity are old and getting ready to, they're at the tail end of their career. Usyk, who has ramped up in popularity immensely, rightfully so because of his resume and what he's done, about to go. Tyson Fury, at one point in time, had a argument because of how much people knew about him. And because, again, resume, to a degree, though it wasn't as strong as Canelo's. About to go. You had Terrence Crawford, 38, finally getting the justice due, but he's, again, 38 years old. This is a good question. This is a really good question. Who would it be? At one point in time, I thought it was going to be Boots. But again, now circumstances might be a little bit different. Vargas ain't a bad brother to pick. Abdullah has a shot because of his style and because, hey, if he can really run amok like I think he can, brother, he can be the guy that gets plastered everywhere. He can be that guy if he does the work. But that's a good question. Let me see what you all got to say. Boots, but he got to put the foot on the gas. Okay, so you're saying it would still be Boots. But Boots is what, 20? Is Boots 28 or 30? I forget. Is Boots 28 or 30 years old? I can't remember. I cannot remember. Because he is young enough. He's young enough. See, whoever becomes the face has got to far and away separate themselves from the rest of the boxing world. They have to. They have to. That's the only way. That means, again, similar to Canelo, they went through and they went against everybody, and came out on top. And they were also always in the public eye. It's not just, again, Canelo's got 60 fights, almost 65, or no, more than 65. It's got to be, like, you got to be in it, like on it, and consistent. I don't think it's got to, for me, it would have to be somebody who is always fighting would be able to get more than 45 fights in their career, be dominant like we've seen with Canelo or like we've seen with other past greats, and take on every big test imaginable. It's got to be that it's not just your name that's a big fight. Every fight is a big fight because you're in it with another big guy that is indeed at the level. I don't know who's gonna fit. I don't know. The only person that fits that bill right now is, in a way, just about. I would say Crawford, but again, he's getting ready to get out of here, and unless he stays around, and is able to, late 40s, all of a sudden he's still kicking, and if he beats Canelo, okay, all right, he does that. He beats Canelo. And he goes back down to 154 and he becomes undisputed there. All right, we got, hey.
Hey, look at this. We got the problems here.
We got ourselves a conversation. We got ourselves a conversation. He just might be able to usurp him. But that's a monumental task. Usyk at heavyweight has been doing as much work as you can ask anybody to do. But again, I don't know how much longer it's going to be in the sport. The only person I can see right now that fits everything I need and is young enough, kind of looks like anyway. But at the smaller weight classes, as much popularity as he's gotten, it's tough to see him being able to cross that threshold. Pacquiao crossing that threshold to become, at one point in time, the face of the sport was incredible. But it's also an anomaly. And so it's shoot. That's a really good question. Hot take Vargas ain't that good. Wow, whoa. See, hold on, put a pin in this. Hold on, put a pin in this. Hold on, we got we don't want to ruin a good conversation, but hold on now. That's hey, you walk on hot coals, brother. You better watch out with that type of rhetoric, or we gonna have a whole thing flip. But let me see, Mason, Keyshawn, maybe Keyshawn Davis. He got some work to do off the backs of what went down. And I got to make sure I pull up that clip of him on Ariel Helwani so we can show what he's trying to do to get back into the good graces. And we need to talk about what his road to redemption is going to be, because it is a very long road to try to get back to of what he did. And again, but do we see him being able to run the gauntlet and come out on top, and also fight so much that he's always in the mind's eye? Because it's not even more, just as much as it is with names, it's consistency. Again, once you get to that 60 fight territory, you've been fighting so much that now everybody's routine. They're comfortable. You aren't just, oh, I didn't know he was fighting. Oh my gosh, Tank is fighting. Wow. No, now it's like, oh yeah, Canelo's fighting. We got to make sure we be here. Because it's been happening so often. Now it becomes routine. Canelo, because of the amount of times he was fighting, helped to get that, to garner that level of formality between him and the audience, between him and his fans. I don't know who's going to fight that consistently at this point in time in the boxing world. Boots just turned 28. Okay, so he's got time. David Benavidez has, hey, if Benavidez does indeed become the undisputed light heavyweight champion, and he gets Canelo finally at 175, because it's going to have to be, and he beats him, we got a conversation. We got. He's definitely been doing the work. I'd say Mason. Oh, also for show. Hey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. Be sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already, and keep on sharing the show, because this is some great conversation. We love it on this Friday afternoon. But let me keep on reading. I'd say Mason. I just don't see Vargas ever being elite. Another brother saying Vargas ain't gonna be on that. See, we're gonna have to have a conversation about that. But Mason is another brother that's in the running. Boost doesn't have enough time or popular opposition to become a superstar. Remember, Mayweather had names after beating De La Hoya. He had Mosley, Cotto, Marquez, and Pacquiao. Now, see, here's the thing. Don't forget, Boot at 154 alone Boots got about 5 names that he can fight that would be big. And he got 2 that would be huge. One of them being Virgil Ortiz. But he beats and he knocks out Virgil Ortiz. Insane. And then he beats Boachuk. He beats Fundora, who just made Tim Tszyu quit. And he beats Bachrach. Buddy, that's 5 fights right there. At one division, let alone at 160. He goes up and beats Janibek, who I think right now has moved up to 168. So he goes through 160, which is kind of barren, per se, understandable. But he goes through the 160. Let's say he knocks out Carlos Adames. Let's say he takes the titles. Even if he doesn't become undisputed, though I hope he does. And he cleans house there. All of a sudden, buddy, hey, you're two division undisputed. And you have gone, and you're 3 division unified, and you've gone through, and you have beaten one of the deepest divisions in boxing right now at 154, with names that have been on everybody's mind because of the shakeup at the division. Don't forget also, Crawford, after Canelo, could come back down there. So he could hypothetically beat a Terrence Crawford who just beat Canelo, if he does beat Canelo. That's 6. And that's the 2 names, Virgil and Terrence. He beats them at 154, along with the other supporting cast of great fighters. All of a sudden, but hey, he doesn't waste time with it, like he's kind of wasting time right now, a little bit with making these fights. We got ourselves a conversation. We got ourselves a great, he might have started off slow. He might have started slow. But great day, buddy. He's done. He can pick up the pace real quick. And he's already got 30 fights. Don't forget, he's already got 30 plus fights. And he's only 28. That's good. That's good. That is good. Now he adds the names behind that number. And he does it in the same rapid succession that we've seen him in the start of his career. That can be good. That can be really good. Now, anyway, it's already 30 and it hasn't happened. Just fought in the U.S. and no one cared. He's a Japanese fighter and making plenty of money doing that. You might be right. Dang it. I don't want that to be true. If he beats Junto, would that even get the same level of respect? Because people don't know Junto Nakatani as much, though he is indeed one of the best fighters in the world right now. Dang it. And 115, 118, 122, 126, filled to the brim with talent. And I mean, y'all have watched us watch these Japanese cards, these lower weight class cards, and it's filled top to bottom with great talent all around. I've yet to see a fight where somebody wasn't at least good. I've yet to see one. And it's just, dang it. Hey, you know what messed him up? You know what messed Inoue up? COVID. He fought over, this is his 3rd or 4th time fighting in the U.S., but the first time with the crowd. The other 2 to 3 times he was fighting in COVID during the, with everything separate. If he had been able to capitalize off the momentum of Nonito Donaire and fight in public with people in the midst, it would outside of COVID, the 3 times that he did, oh my gosh, it would have been great. Now, granted, I still do believe there's time. If he keeps on, and I don't want to say America's the end-all be-all. It's not. But I will say, if he can fight over here in the States 2 more times next year and does another one of those incredible performances, that would help his case immensely to further bolster him being a very much marketable name. That Roman Cardenas fight did do wonders. I mean, that broke records on social media for ESPN. It did. They posted stats on it. They posted stats on what Inoue was doing with the amount of impressions and stuff that was going on with his performance against Cardenas. Oh no, when people see him, they don't want to leave. It's just a matter of you got to book them in the spots to be seen the most. Because the opponent ain't the problem. It's the location for now. Because a lot of people, they want to see it firsthand. So if Bob Arum can make it so that he fights in the States more often, that would help so much. Oh, that would help so much. That would help so much. But I hate the fact. I hate this. Because he should be. Not just in pound for pound talks, but in terms of everybody not just respecting, but wanting to see him. He should be of that same milk right now. I got hope he can still get there. It's just, it's frustrating. I think heavyweights can only be the good. Well, I don't believe that. I don't think that. Because the top 10 heavyweights in boxing history are some of the greatest in boxing history. But they aren't the best boxers in boxing history. Outside of maybe a couple names. For the whole. There's a lot. The divisions are deep. The talent is, Ricardo Lopez, Salvador Sanchez, Julio Cesar Chavez. And that's just on the Mexican side. That have been talent abounding. Floyd Mayweather, one of the GOATs. It can be beyond just heavyweights, though the heavyweight division is indeed that's the home of prize fighting. It is. The baddest man on the planet is the heavyweight champion because the biggest of men. I get it, but I don't think this is true per se. Pacquiao got it out the mud by beating Marquez Morales, Barrera, Cotto Mosley, not to mention the whole country behind him in exciting style. Yeah, and again, in a way, it has that same thing. I just think that it would be so advantageous if he fought in the States. Dang it, Canelo became a superstar because he took the challenges early. Yes. Sugar Ray Leonard did the same thing. Roberto Duran did the same thing. Ricardo Lopez did the same thing. Aaron Pryor did the same thing. Marvin Hagler, Tommy Hearns, James Toney, Roy Jones Jr., Sugar Ray Robinson, Muhammad Ali was a champion before 25. Floyd Patterson, youngest heavyweight champion before Mike Tyson. The list goes on and on and on about people who have been champs or reigned, but they got it early. They were great, and when the second they became great, they got tested and they were proven, and it worked to where they were able to be sustained. That's what we need to see more. Let's build up more action. Let's build up more risk. Because even when Pacquiao won his first title, brother, it was a risk. It was a big risk. When he moved up in weight and won his first title, coming in as like a replacement for somebody, I think it was as a replacement. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that was a risk. Moving up against De La Hoya, but that's a risk. That's a risk, but he took it. And you see what happened. It was great. And so that's all we're saying. If Canelo versus Benavidez ever happens, does it happen at once? Or if Canelo versus Benavidez ever does happen, it will be at 168. He would be bones. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be at 168. Because Benavidez has now really dug his heels into the sand that I'm not coming back down to fight you. You're coming up to me. He's banking on when I get this title at light heavyweight, when I become undisputed, you don't have power anymore. Because the tides of the not just popularity, but the tides of the boxing world have shifted from Canelo being the darling that everybody loves to now Canelo is the guy that everybody's frustrated with. And they see he's declining. The star power is still the star power, but it also is not getting the same level of just outright acceptance. Just like with Tank. He can't just do whatever he wants anymore without the public actually having some pushback against it, unlike it's been in past years. Benavidez has been making a road a yellow brick road to greatness on his own, forgetting Canelo and paving his own way. But he beats Anthony Yarde and then beats either Beterbiev or Benavidez, or Beterbiev or Bivol. All of a sudden, David Benavidez becomes the it guy. Now, if you want to fight me, especially if we see Canelo lose to Crawford, don't forget that. Don't forget that possibility. But if we see Canelo lose to Crawford, that's a huge blow to the momentum and the power that we see Canelo have in being able to fight whoever. Because if he loses to Crawford, brother, now there's no excuse. You can't do anything else except fight David Benavidez. Because you ducked him all this time, and now you lost to a brother coming up from 150 from 154 who started out at 135. Oh yeah, nah, you were gonna lose to David Benavidez. Yeah. Oh, people, it will flip so bad that people would think that Benavidez would kill Canelo if that happened. I guarantee you. If I said if, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. If it did, the rhetoric will be so damaging that it would force Canelo to have to shut it up by going and fighting the likes of Benavidez. Because mind you, there's no rematch clause for that fight with Canelo versus Crawford. It's one and done. If Crawford beats, hypothetically, if Crawford beats Canelo, brother, there's no going back. That's it. It's over. It's finito. It's done. You ain't got no other chance. You ain't got no other opportunity. You are done. And I move Mac down and do what I want to do at 154. That's what happens. But if so Canelo would be out of luck. And the only way to prove that he still is what he is, but he would have to fight David Benavidez. That'll be the only way. That would literally be the only way to shut up the noise, because it would be so loud. And he would be clowned. He will be clowned. There's people waiting on Canelo to get clowned. Do you understand? I think who was it? What's the channel? What one channel comes on here consistently? I forget it. What's his name? I wish he was here. There's a brother that comes on here every chat. And he always shows love. As another boxing channel, I can't, for the life of me, I cannot remember the name for some reason. But he enlightened me on what the rhetoric or what the outlook is on Canelo and David Benavidez. And Canelo is no longer the beloved darling in Mexico. It's a 50-50 split now. And more so is leaning towards 60-40. Benavidez is getting the love and Canelo's getting the disdain. He's still got a massive level of support, no question. But in terms of, because of the ducking of Benavidez, the Mexican population is incredibly frustrated. And they're galvanizing behind Benavidez now. And this is what he told. And I believe he lives there. Or he has been born and raised in there and constantly goes back and forth. But he is losing ground. And if he lost to Crawford, that would, Julio Cesar Chavez, bye-bye. No longer can you ever reach that threshold in their eyes. And the greatness that you have is capped. Dare I say, it will be diminished because you didn't take on the biggest ops. So you would have to, just to keep that hope alive, to become the greatest Mexican boxer of all time and usurp Salvador Sanchez, Julio Cesar Chavez, you would need to fight him without any choice. Because now you definitely couldn't do what you want after that. You couldn't. Just like with Tank and Lamont right now. Tank cannot do what he wants to do anymore, and it's accepted by the public off the backs of this fight with Lamont Roach. And it's been built up of frustration over the course of years against Tank because of his lack of fighting people, just like with Canelo, that are actually on his level and beating the ops that should be in his vicinity. Two different roads or two different careers, but they're on the same road. That's what's going on. That's the crazy thing. And so I don't think it's going to be at 168. I do think it's going to be at 175. I totally do. Listen, I'm from Dallas. Oh, how you doing? Hey, I got some friends. It's either in Dallas or in Houston. I ain't never been. I love to go though. I'm happy that you're here. Let me see what you got to say. I know you from Dallas. So good to see you. I hope you're in a Cowboys fan. I got some friends that's also Cowboys fans. So I ain't gonna speak bad against them. I ain't gonna speak bad against them. I got a household full of them. So hey, I gotta be on my P's and Q's. But I hope Micah Parsons does well in his future endeavors. Because right now y'all ain't keeping him. Apparently y'all ain't paying that brother. And I don't know why. But that's a conversation for another day. But let me see. I'm from Dallas, and no one here knows Ortiz. And he stays down the road. It would be great. It would be a great win, but it wouldn't necessarily make him an overnight star. Okay. All right. Okay. So it wouldn't make him an overnight sensation. Understand. I capitulate. But it would help generously. Can't deny that. At least it would start with the hardcore fan base. Maybe not the casual. But the hardcore fan base that knows Virgil, that would bump him up immensely. And if you can get all the hardcores on your side, now it becomes a lot easier to become marketable to the casual audience. Because now, you got substance behind it. It can't happen. So it probably wouldn't change him overnight, but it would help. It would help immensely. Let me see. I never understood the hype around Ortiz. No belt yet. 27 years old. No pay-per-view. No big sellout local show. I don't get why certain people put him on a pedestal. And again, the talent and the danger, I fully capitulate. Now, I've talked about how he hasn't gotten a belt yet, and he needs to get a belt. I do understand. I think he's got an interim title. I can't remember if he's got a legitimate title. Now, I don't know if he's been avoided. I don't know whether he's been blackballed and not given shots. I don't know. But I do know that this is an understood gripe. And I do get it. I still think he is worth the hype. I truly do. But at the same time, there is a lack of which substance has been the word of the day. Lack of substance. Now, since he's an interim champ now, I think he got that belt from Magimov. I can't remember. But now that he's an interim champ, he should be made a mandatory. And if the belt commission does their work, they'll activate that mandatory. Again, the fighter cannot activate the mandatory. Only the belt commission can activate the mandatory for somebody that's got an interim title. That's how Benavidez became champion, because he was activated by the belt commission to become the number one contender for the fight with Bebo. But Bebo said, adios, better BF, I'm fighting him. And so he became champion. So if we see that happen, great. Hopefully so. But it has been confusing. I cannot lie as to why he hasn't gotten those opportunities. And let me see. Yo, Alex, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks so much for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here with us on today. I could beat them. Well, you know what? I'm glad you got some confidence, brother. And hey, you know what? I assume you got some long weeks. If you want to train, we can train. I charge $500 an hour. Oh, yes, indeed. I'm trying to make some money. I don't care. Because guess what? This is premium. You're getting history. You're getting substance. Now, we're going to teach you how to, hey, I'm not going to lie. If you got some pop, we're going to teach you how to be an infighter. Okay, you're going to need to learn how to fight in the pocket. That's we're gonna take some adages from Jack Johnson. We're gonna take some adages from the likes of who's another buddy that fights well in the clinch. In a way, a little bit of Mike, though. Again, I assume that you actually no, I know you. I know you. Wait a minute, I know you. Oh, you tall. Oh no, I take that back. No, we're gonna turn you into a Espinoza or a Klitschko S type of fighter, a combination of both. You're going to land that right hand in the Kingdom Come, or you're going to land the uppercut on the inside, and you're going to hurt some people. Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Or knowing you, you probably just pull out a weapon from under your trunks and just cap the brother based on our normal conversations that we've had in the past. Oh, Lord. Knowing you, you probably just pull out a gun and shoot. Shoot him. Oh, shoot. But hey, nonetheless, if you want to learn how to fight, I'll teach you. But I'm glad that you're here, man. I really do appreciate it. And I'm glad that you hanging out with us. Let me see. Golden Boy has done Ortiz a disservice. They put more stock in Ryan. A belt is not the end all be all. That is true. That is true. Rolly is a 2-time champ, but we all know it's more talented than Virtual Ortiz. Yeah, see, that's the issue. In this situation, it's like Virgil deserves a shot. We've had plenty of people have an issue with the likes of Oscar De La Hoya. Understand. Absolutely. Absolutely. They've had issues with Oscar De La Hoya. Stealing money and all. I know the claims. And I get the mishandling. Part of the reason why his stable has shrunk more and more and more as Golden Boy Promotions. Lost Canelo, then lost Ryan Garcia, and now Berlanga. I don't even know if Berlanga was fighting under him, but he hates him. A lot of people do. So he's kind of messes his own people up a little bit. And so it is frustrating. Let me see. Do you think Ortiz is on the level though? Could he could he be a unified champ, possibly 2 division champ? He can be unified. He absolutely could be unified. Now moving up to 160, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he can move up to 160 and be as dominant. But at least at 154, I do believe he has a real shot at being unified at minimum. I do. If he fought Sebastian Fundora right now, he's definitely beaten. For me. Maybe not you. For me, he's definitely beaten. And then the other champions, it's more closer established. But I think he would at least get one. Or excuse me, he would at least get 2 of the champions at this point. He would at least be able to get 2. Now 3, now you're pushing it. Because this, again, how deep this division is, I wouldn't be surprised if every dominant fighter got a loss on their resume trying to go through the gauntlet of 154. I wouldn't be surprised because of how legitimately talented the whole of the division is. So Virgil Ortiz, I wouldn't put it past me he's going to lose. I wouldn't because it's just too much talent to assume that he can go out unscathed. If he does, even better. My gosh, incredible. But I think he could get on that level. Like I said, you still got to prove it. Everything, all this is hearsay unless you prove it. But I do believe that he could do it. I think he could do it. Let me see. White going to uppercut. White going to sleep via uppercut. Compliments of White and Tuma. What they do? Hey, Teddy, what's going on, brother? How are you doing? Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're with us on today. And mind you, we've been talking about the face of boxing. We've been talking about the likes of Canelo and Crawford. We do still need to touch on Keyshawn Davis. But you know what? We still got some time for Dillian White and Moses Atalma. We got some time for that. We can discuss this real quick. I want to save it for next week because again, the fight's next week. I do want to save it. But we can take a little bit of time and discuss this. A little bit. But let me finish it with these last couple chats. And then I'm going to go back up and touch on Moses Atalma. There is something I want to say on this. But put a pin in this for a little, just for a little bit. And remind me. If I say I put a pin in something and I don't come back to it, tell me, and I'll come back to it. But I do want to make sure I put a pin in this and come back to this, as well as the Vargas conversation. But real quick, let me go through so I can make sure I at least get everybody. Let me see. Canelo said many times that if he ever goes back up to 175, it will be for B-roll only. Well, that is stupid. That is stupid. And you right. Cause we talked about this. We've talked about this well before. We've said this a lot over the course of the years. That when Archie Beterbiev became champion, he went dead silent. And he only feels he can beat Bivol, though he can't. But if he wants to get back, like he said, on that rampage of I want my revenge, I want my titles, okay. If you want to be about it against the people that got it. And Bivol's champion now. If Canelo beats Crawford, most likely he'll try to pine again to fight Bivol for the title. Maybe that's why Bivol ain't fighting Beterbiev, because he wants to wait until Canelo fights against Crawford. And if Crawford makes it out of that, or excuse me, if Canelo makes it out of that, Canelo's going to move up and fight Bivol. And now that's why we didn't get the trilogy that Bivol said that he wanted. He said he wanted against Archie Beterbiev because he was going to try to get another payday against Canelo, which, again, good fight, sure. we know what's going to happen. Canelo's going to lose, especially at this stage in his career. So, no question in my mind. But again, speculative. Maybe those dots ain't connected at all. I completely understand. This ain't, I have no evidence to back that, to be clear. Just making an assumption as a potential thought. And so, but let me keep on reading. Let me see. Let me keep on reading. But I do want to go back to the Moses Talmud thing. Let me just go back to these last couple chats. From Texas, don't nobody claim Virgil Ortiz. I know more people claim Pacquiao. Really? Wow. I thought he'd be more popular. Huh. That is interesting. I wonder why. Excuse me. I wonder why. I wonder why. That's actually pretty interesting. I did not know that. I mean, Pacquiao, of course, he's a global name. Look, beloved by everybody. I understand that. But I thought Virgil Ortiz had more love. At least with the way that we were talking about it, I thought he had a lot more love than this. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And so who knows? Who knows? But let me keep on reading. I'm with Dana White because I'm done with these side belts. Yeah. The only thing, now again, my perfect utopia. One belt, or excuse me, it will be two belts. One belt is the legitimate belt. One belt is the undisputed title. That's it, the end all be all. The other belt is the number one contender. That's it. One thing signifies, maybe like a gauntlet. No, I got a gauntlet. Or something, anything. Something as a signifier. I'm the number one contender for this championship. And in the actual championship. That would be my only thing that I would want. In a 2-trophy or a 2-item system. One to signify I'm up next, and the other one to signify I'm that guy. And maybe it's a key. Maybe it's a goblet. Maybe it's a white glove that you slap the champ with and say, hey, I challenge you to a duel. like they used to do back in the day. But something just to signify who is clear-cut number one contender and who is the clear-cut champ. And then then they're gonna fight each other. That's the only belt I would want. Because all this stuff is only about money. It is. But it messes up the sport to make it too convoluted and confusing. And it makes it so that people that ain't great are seen as great, and you shouldn't be great. Not because you can't be great, but because your title is just one of many. And it's like, it's frustrating. Now, I still have my gripes with Dana White. Let's be clear. Let's be clear on that. Butter don't pay his fighters like he should. Butter's trying to make a system that's going to, again, negate, at least with TKO, negate the opportunity to just make big bank as a boxer. I don't like that. Also don't do health care for his fighters. That's why he didn't give Francis Ngannou a contract, because all Francis Ngannou was asking for was one of the biggest contracts in the UFC, just like Conor McGregor got when he was the face of the sport, and healthcare for every fighter in the UFC coming through, so we can get taken care of and have pension plans and actually be able to have a system that has fighters being able to enjoy what they did without having to worry about, I got nothing left once this sport is done. And he didn't do that. And that's problematic. Oh, absolutely. Keep him away in that aspect. But for his ideology of how titles should go, the best fighting the best and making it so that if you lose, that's fine. You take on the next challenge. And great matchmaking. I'm down with that. Everything else, though, I wouldn't really want to do. Eddie Hearn just said both Boots and Virgil will have tune-ups in October, then fight each other and just, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, is this true? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait 1 second. Hold on a minute. I'm about to look this up right now. Well, lo and behold, great day. This is why I'm glad y'all are here. Breaking news right now. Let me make sure it's a thing. I hope it ain't too loud. I'm gonna turn it up slow.
You know, I'll make one thing clear as well. We have signed Jaron Ennis to fight Virgil Ortiz.
Okay,
You know, I'll make one thing clear as well. We have signed Jaron Ennis to fight Virgil Ortiz. Okay. We had a meeting with the Zone and Go Golden Boy. All the terms were set out for that big event. Jaron's new extension with us has signed for all of those terms to fight Virgil Ortiz next. So we're in January, February, whenever that's going to be. And you know, the plan is for Boots to fight in October, Virgil to fight in October, and then they're straight in. Wow. So people can moan and this. We have signed for that fight. And it's not, oh yeah, but what terms did you sign? No, we signed the terms that everybody agreed. Very fair for both fighters. I mean, it's pretty transparent what the deal's going to be. It's a massive fight for US boxing. So hopefully Virgil Ortiz steps up and we give American boxing what I think is one of the best fights in the sport. You know,
all right. Well, hey, it's official. It's official. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold up. Wait 1 second. We were we not just talking about this? Oh my gosh. Hey, brother. We thought it was, we might have thought it wasn't going to be big. Brother, hey, that's huge. Oh, shoot. Oh, my gosh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Oh, wait. Shoot. Well, I think who was it? Was it I think it was Nerd. It was either Nerd or Trey. One of y'all might have said that, hey, you don't know if this is gonna be or it might have been Albuga. One of y'all said that this might not be a make or break for Boots becoming the big star that he can be. It won't be as big of a notarized acclaim if that fight happened. We're going to find out. That's the thing. We're about to find out how big this win's going to be. Because doggone it, hey, it's happening. It's here. This is what we're, all right. This is good. This is what we want. This is what we want. This is quality. This is good. Now, hold on. Y'all chatting fast and I can hold on, wait a minute. Hold up. Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute. Let me keep on scrolling down so I can find what y'all got to say. Great day in the morning. And let me see, undercard for Terrence Crawford. Right now, they're still making the undercard as of right now. I don't think it's been fully announced yet. So, now it was going to be Jared Anderson versus Jarrell Miller. I think was on the undercard, or that might have been for the Benavidez yard card. And Jared Anderson pulled out. So, don't know what's going to happen there. But the rest of the card, I think they're still putting it together. But regardless of which, we'll talk about that later on. Because, hold on. And again, I see you with the Dillian White. We are going to talk about most of the talent. We are. But, brother, we just got some news. We gotta go. Good gosh, we got to go. Yo, Trey, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us on today. This is insane. This is insane. Let me see. Boots will destroy Virgil Ortiz. We got a lot of people going through. Let me see. Signing means nothing. If Virgil said 3 days ago they never received the contract. And again, what? Hey, look. Right now, Eddie Hearn has thrown out the public gauntlet. If Virgil Ortiz said this, okay, fine. This was roughly 50 minutes ago. Eddie Hearn just went on and said, hey, the fight's been signed. Fair deal for both terms. We ready for it. So now that it's public, we're gonna see what Virgil says after this. And if they now if this is the case and everything is on the up and up and Virgil doesn't take the fight, now we got a whole nother conversation. But we've been saying we wanted Boots to fight Virgil for the longest time. We've been saying that, and now we know it's how many? Did he say it was 1 or 2 tune-up? Let me make sure I got the tune-up amounts right real quick. How many tune-ups was it that he was going to do? Okay.
We had a meeting with the Zone and Go Golden Boy. All the terms were set out for that big event. Jaron's new extension with us has signed for all of those terms to fight Virgil Ortiz. So we're in January, February, whenever that's going to be. And, the plan is for Boots to fight in October, Virgil to fight in October, and then they're straight in.
All right, okay. Just had to make sure. Okay, so mind you, yesterday we were talking about how many tune-ups do you need, and I would only have it one and done. And now this is exactly what's going on: one and done, one tune-up for each, and then now we're straight away into it. Okay, that's good. I'm okay with that. And so if this is indeed true, then the ball is in Virgil court now. If Virgil is the one that said he ain't got the contract, now that Eddie Hearn has said there is a contract there, now the ball, if I got this right, would be in Virgil's court to make this thing go through. Now, it sounds like everything's fair. Now, again, I don't know the ins and outs, I understand it. But if this is true, this is great. Now, this is the type of momentum I needed to hear from Boots when he was committing to make a move. This is all I was asking for. Let us know the timeline. And now we have a timeline of at least what to expect. Hey, let's see. Why in the world would Boots or Virgil need a tune-up to fight each other? I believe it when the fight actually happens, when the fight is actually announced. I get you. Like I said, with Boots being the first time at 154, I was completely fine with him having a tune-up. As with anybody who moves up, I would love for them to have one fight at the division before going into the fight. Now, Virgil, I would assume it's for activity, to keep himself occupied. So, ring rust. We don't want people just sitting out in the ring and doing nothing. I get that. So it works out for me for both ways. One fight, and then both of them are directly into it. I ain't got no issue with that. I have no problem. Ortiz has no chance. So we got people saying that Boots is going to destroy Virgil Ortiz, and we got some people saying that Virgil might be able to get one up on Boots. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be really good. Let me see. Boots is fighting Lima, who's ranked 10th. Now again, at the last time it was Ellis. Is Ellis? Well, was it Ellis? It was at this point in time yesterday, he was being talked about. In fact, let me bookmark this stuff so I can make sure I got my things on the up and up. But yesterday we were talking about how he is going. Boots Ennis was in talks to fight against the likes of. Let me find it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. I had it saved. Dang it. Hold on. I had the it was Lima and or what was the other brother's name? Dang it. What was the other? It was like, I think it was Ellie for like, I think it was either 500K or 250K. Yeah, Rashadi Ellis. That's what I was thinking of. Rashadi Ellis. It was Rashadi Ellis who we had talked about yesterday as was the most poignant talks for who Boots was going to fight in his first fight at 154. I don't have anything, at least from what I can read, anything concrete down for who the opponent is going to be between Lima or Ellis. We'll wait and see if anything comes through further. If it is Lima, great. If it's Ellis, great. I don't care. I just want to see Boots in the ring at 154 and then fight Virgil Ortiz. Just keep. I don't care. I don't care if it's somebody ranked 25. Just get in the ring, take your tune up. I don't care how easy it is, and then go and fight Virgil. Because at this point, this is all we've been asking. This is what we're waiting on. It don't need to be tough. Just get in there, work with what you work with, and then boom, go out and fight against the fight that we all are gonna really see what you about. That's all we care about. At least that's all I care about anyway. Boots about to go on a run. Boots about to go on a run. Virgil in January, then Fundora later in the year. Hey! Look, you see? Were we not just discussing that it can go from Boots ain't done nothing to all of a sudden Boots is a household name in a very short amount of time because of how deep this division is. It can go from 0 to 100, but at lightning speed. It can be real. It can get dangerous for the boxing world real quick if Boots goes and really moves, if he really moves like we see him, it can move in this division. Watch the interview on YouTube with Virgil Ortiz and Ring Champs. Oh yeah, with Akin Baraka. Yeah. We I think we saw a clip of that yesterday. Virgil said he never received the contract. What changed? Did they sign something yesterday? Again, I'm only giving you what was posted by the Ring roughly 50 minutes ago, maybe 55 minutes ago. So we're all learning this right now. At this point in time, other details, I'm looking, trying to see what changed and shifted between yesterday and today. We talked about it yesterday. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I can't lie, but it seems like everything's all well and good. And hopefully, everything is indeed all well and good. Because if so, that's only great. Eddie said he talked to the Zone and Golden Boy. Maybe Virgil and his team don't know yet. So it might have been a backdoor deal. Hypothetically, again, I have no clue how it came about. I just know it came about. Bam and Junto and Boots versus Virgil will be on the same card. Wait, hold on now. Wait.
Hey, look, we got the problems here.
Wait a minute.
We got the
Oh,
problems
sorry.
here.
Wait a second. Wait a minute. Are you sure? Because Bam, again, if we're talking about next year, when Boots and Virgil would happen, which is also will be around the summertime in May, when also Bam and when also would that be with Bam and Junto? I don't think Bam has moved up, and I think Junto's getting ready to move up to 122. So more likely than not, in May next year, it's going to be Inoue versus Junto in May. More likely than Bam versus Junto. And so now that's the case. I know that fight is going to be in Japan. I think they already got the venue picked out for where that fight is going to happen once it gets announced, or at least almost conducive consensus over in Japan. And it's like one of the most historical stadiums that they got over there, which I get it. But if that did, but just imagine, imagine Boots versus Virgil co-main event, Las Vegas, and then afterwards, Inoue versus Bam main event, Las Vegas, Nevada. Oh, that would solve all of our problems of faces of boxing, notoriety and popularity. That would solve it all, hypothetically. At least I would love it for me, because I would love it over here in the States. But again, I doubt that happens. But if it does, ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Let me see. Eddie just be talking. I'll wait till the actual fight. And I get it. Believing is seeing, or seeing is believing in certain aspects. And for this one, that may be the case as well. Now, I guarantee you right now, the world is abuzz over the facts of, is this true or is this not? And I'm going to do my best to keep myself updated as we're going throughout the show to see if anything does indeed get true or not. I'm checking every social media thing I can. And so let me see. Okay, this. What? See now I'm getting reports that this ain't happening. I'm so confused. And I'll show you my screen right now. Oh, okay, come on, pull up the thing. There we go. Over here, now it's saying, an update from Virgil. I think this is per Boxing Bunch, who's been relatively, something that I feel like I'm cut on my nose. Good gosh. I'm sorry. I thought I had a cut on my nose for a second. But let me see. And again, this is per Boxing Bunch on a quote that it seemingly they have from Virgil Ortiz specifically. I didn't know Eddie Hearn was Virgil's manager and told Virgil when he fights. I haven't heard anything, and it's not a hey. Oh, and it's not a, in more quotes, hey Virgil, fight my guy when I want. That stuff is said twice. Virgil is on his own path, no matter who anyone says. No waiting for anyone anymore. Okay, now, mind you, this is coming off the backs of another report that was happening again from Boxing Bunch an hour ago. No agreement has been reached. So again, all this stuff is coming out at the same time. So, hey, Al Booga, I understand. Seeing is believing, trying to make sure that this is indeed right or not. I completely get it. And I'm scrolling through. I'm checking whatever the word I can. Every single boxing outlet I can think of to say whether or not something is or is not going on. Because I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out what's on the up and up, to be clear. But at this, so we'll say this with a grain of salt. No, stop, don't want to do the intro. But we'll say this with a grain of salt. We'll say this fight hypothetically is on. Oh wait, they deleted it. Wait, wait a minute. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh. Wait, no. Say it ain't so. No, say it ain't so. No. Please, no. Please, no. Please. Don't say it ain't so. Say it. No. Don't tell me. No, this can't be true. No, this is my worst nightmare. No, please, no. Please, no. Please, no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Okay, refresh the page. Hold on. Refresh the page. We back on Ring Magazine. Okay, it should have been the most recent post, roughly an hour ago. Okay, Joshua Boasting versus Parker. Good fight. Cool fight. Happy about that. But we don't care about that right now. And doggone it! No! Shoot! Dang it! No! No! Oh my gosh! You gotta be kidding me! Shoot! Oh no! Where's? Oh shoot! Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? No! Oh my! Where's? Oh! You gotta be kidding! Every time! Where's my thing? Every doggone time we get something going on, there's always something that messes stuff up. Are you serious? Man! You got to be. Do you know how excited I was that this fight? Oh my gosh. Oh, Eddie, what are you doing? Do you all understand? I'm sick. I'm sick, man. Oh my gosh. Y'all felt the shift when that fight got announced and we saw it. All of a sudden, we were like, hey ho, this is it. It went from Boots, what are you gonna do? To all of a sudden, hey Boots, you getting ready to take on the world. The landscape was like, if that domino fell, all of a sudden, every other fight that we were talking about was about to happen. All of them. Bo and Chuck Fundora, Murtaza Ali. If that fight happened with Virgil, every other domino was getting ready to fall if that fight happened. And you gave us so much hope. Eddie Hearn, you gave me so much hope. I was so happy to have to put to rest the questions we've had with Boots Ennis for so long. And now they again come back up for the world. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so sick. I'm so sick. This is one of the worst. I complete like my doggone it. I want to go to bed. I want to go to bed. I want to go to sleep. I don't. My zeal. I'm so let down right now. I'm so let down. Also, real deal. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. So glad that you're here with us, man. I appreciate it. Your knowledge on boxing. Hey, but I'm just a man trying to do what I can do. Hopefully it seems like I know some stuff, but I'm just an average Joe doing what I can. Hopefully I'm knowledgeable enough to keep you entertained and you enjoying the show. But man, brother, I may know a lot. I may know a little. But doggone it, I just knew that fight was going to happen. And lo and behold, I know nothing. And Al Booger, brother, hey, you hit it right on the head. You hit it right on the head. Brother, you'll believe it when the fight was announced. And doggone it, I should have been as skeptical as you were. I should have been as skeptical as you were. I got so excited. And okay, you know what? I get it. Now I get it. Now, your mentality now, I completely understand. Cause I just blew off so much energy, getting excited. So all of a sudden, good gosh, brother, is that what it's like on cocaine? When you reach a high, and all of a sudden, when you get off, when you drop, when it leaves, next thing you know, brother, it's a crash like no other. I don't do drugs. I don't know. I'm just assuming what I saw in the movies, what I saw Joe Pesci and them do, and others. My biggest thing, Ozark. That's what I know when it comes to drugs. But I'm just assuming. But oh Lord, but that crash is something serious. But that crash, boy, that'll ruin your day. That got me jumping out the window. Man, brother, I was about to get excited. And y'all laughing at my pain. I was like, y'all laughing at my pain. I was excited. Oh my gosh, I was so excited. And again, Sack, if you didn't know, within the span of 10 minutes, Boots versus Virgil Ortiz had gotten announced. All of a sudden, we were excited and gung-ho. The world looked right. And 154 was about to pop off in the biggest way possible. And it was going to be Virgil versus Boots next year with a tune-up fight for each of them happening this year. Or early next year, one of the two. But then, less than 10 minutes later, all of a sudden, Virgil Ortiz Sr. comes out and says, hey, brother, we ain't received no contract. I don't know who talked about that. And again, somebody, I think it was OG Blaze has said it 3 days ago. Virgil said he didn't get one. With the Eddie Hearns post today, it seemed like, oh my gosh, okay, something they got to agree to behind closed doors. Now, Virgil Sr. came out and said, nah, ain't nothing been agreed to. I don't know who's making all this rah-rah. And now the Ring have deleted their post about what Eddie Hearns said with that fight happening. So Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis is not happening and is indeed still off the table. And we still don't know who the world Boots is going to fight next. And I'm just, how the tables have turned for the world of boxing right now. Man, buddy, this was about to be a 5-hour show. This is getting ready to be so long. We're about to have ourselves a good time on this show. We were getting ready to blast off to the moon. What we're going to talk about with this thing? Who's going to win? How's it going to transpire? What's next? How can Virgil? You think Virgil can beat him? Can Virgil knock out? We'll get ready to have all that talk. Lo and behold, We have people saying predictions. We have people saying Virgil ain't got no chance. Boots ain't got no chance. Boots ain't proving nothing. Virgil, we're about to go down that road. And now it's all full stop. I need a drink. Doggone it, you right. I am let down to no end. I mean, my gosh, that hurt. That hurt. It's just Eddie running his mouth. It's not that serious. Can jump out a window when you can't jump out a window when Eddie says things. You right. But you also gotta understand this was so unexpected for me. From what I had seen with this whole saga with Boots, Virgil, and 154, that I was like, oh, this is it. My gosh. And we had other news break on this show that was like a fight got announced and it was legitimate. So I was like, hey, all right, we here. It's another one of the moments. Sadly, it ain't meant to be. So excuse my excitement, but I do apologize. I do apologize for my losing my cool per se. Well, not even losing my cool, getting so excited. And so see, nerd, you're wrong for this. Boots called Virgil in a panic and told her to quit playing. Oh boy, see, and and what? This type of stuff is gonna continue to happen. This type of stuff gonna continue to happen. These types of comments, I guarantee you, they're gonna get for Boots. They're gonna continue to happen because of the surrounding nature. Oh Lord, man. Oh shoot, that's just that hurt. That hurt. We can jump on Boots for fighting doggone. Can we jump on Boots for fighting Isuma Lima? I mean, like, wait. What? I think somebody said Lima was ranked like 10th in a division, and I forget which ranking that's based off of. But I mean, again, I thought that when Boots gets to 154 and commits, I think we had this conversation before. We had established that we expected for him to already be amongst that top 5 in terms of you're in those rooms. You're in that ranking. You are set to go into the deep end automatically. If he did take a tune-up fight, okay, no problem. Now, my issue is, again, regardless of the name, Lima or Ellis or the other 3 or 4 names that I think have been thrown around. If you don't think Lima's that great of a fighter, I completely understand. At least for Boots, I get it. My thing is, I just want to see him get a fight and not be out of the ring so long off the backs of the standing on his win. And with him now committing to 154, with opportunities abounding, you just potentially wasting time and not at least making a real move to move forward. That's been my biggest concern. I get on him with that. Now, whether it's Lima or Ellis, after that fight, now we start pushing. That's when the honeymoon era of being in a new weight class, that's when that ends. And now it's, okay, you're here. It's time to fight. Okay, you've gotten the chance to see what it's like. Now it's time to move. Now it's time to work and shine. Now it's time you should only be going after X, Y, Z, 1, 2, 3. So that's where I'm at. There's a grace period for the sense of, I don't expect the first fight to be a hard fight. I just expect the first fight to be a fight. And then afterwards, now you go through the ringer. And so, but that's what I'm more so waiting on more than anything. But let me see. Yeah, he's 10 on box rate rankings, higher than Conwell, Ramos, Ben, Tellez, Kelly, but still, it's higher than Ben? He's higher than Ben? Huh? That's interesting to me. And so like if he fought Ben, if he fought Ramos, hey, tell us, I wouldn't be mad at that either. Some may argue those might be better fights per se. Though on BoxRec they aren't ranked as highly. And again, other rankings might have them as different situations. But like again, I'm not trying to be not trying to be a broken record. I'm not trying to be a broken record. But we just need something. That's the biggest thing. We just need something. For everything that we love about Boots, everything we want about Boots, we just need something with Boots. Just do something. Just do something. Fight anybody. Dang it, fight the ref. I don't care. Just knock somebody out or beat him up at 154. I don't care who it is. Just give us a taste of what you are at this division. So we can have something to base you off of beyond than just the hype of what you were at 147, which again was valid. That's my biggest thing. And if you keep on dragging your feet, don't let me find out that the reason why this fight ain't happening is in fact because Boots did say, hey, nah, that ain't what we working with. And it's more than just Virgil Ortiz saying, nah, we never got a contract. Don't let that happen. I'm not saying that's going to actually be the situation, but don't let that be the case, because good gosh, if so. My gosh. He would never hit any of it. He would never hit it. That would be, that would be the issue. Let me see. That's the problem. Boots been fighting any old body. Got to put your foot on the gas now. Yeah, I capitulate. And you know what? You know what would make this better? What would be better optically for Boots? Would be for Boots to make his own statement and just come out and say, I want this fight. That would be the best thing. If a contract ain't coming through, okay, fine. Great. But if there's no contract that's happening, okay, fine. Great. But you know what should happen? We see Boots take some initiative and put out something to show, hey, yeah, I'm about this work. And I do want this fight. He does that. That shuts up a lot of stuff for whose fault these stuff ain't, or whose fault it is that we're not getting these types of things that we want for Boots. That way it would. And it would force pressure on Virgil to say, hey, you got called out directly by one of the best boxers in all the world, who's coming up and looking to roll through. Who's coming out to work to roll through the division, and you're the first on his list. You do that, and you say something. All of a sudden now, okay, he made his point well and clear. Come to the table and make a deal, because the fans will want to see it. Boots wants it. Do you want it now? You're the interim champion, but right now I don't know if you're going to get made a mandatory. This would be a fight that would make big bank for you and for Boots. If you beat Boots, all of a sudden, brother, you're almost concretely seen as the best at 154 outright for many people. Not saying it's going to be the end all, because again, you got to get titles and all that stuff. That still means something. But from the standpoint of if Virgil beats Boots Ennis, oh my gosh. For Virgil, all of a sudden, he becomes the boogeyman for this division. He does. He does that. But this helps him out immensely. It truly does. And if you lose, but this is a deep enough pool that it ain't like it's a surprise, because everybody can lose in this division. And it's hard pressed for you to make as much money as you could with anybody else, maybe outside of Sebastian Fundora, strictly because of, again, the notoriety that he's recently garnered. But outside of that, Boots at this point in time is the biggest name at 154 right now from the standpoint of notoriety, as much as he's been talked about. We can say that he's still behind in popularity to a degree. That's fine. He is more popular than Boachuk. He is more popular than Virgil Ortiz himself, with no disrespect. He's more popular than Sebastian Fundora. Definitely more popular than Tim Tszyu right now. More popular than Keith Thurman. Charlo is non-existent, so his popularity is out the window. And Crawford is at 168, and he ain't back down to 154 yet. So his popularity right now for that division, relevant. So Murtaza Ali as well. Dangerous killer. Not as much of a big primetime name for the wider scape of the boxing public, even with and off the backs of his win against Tim Tszyu, which, mind you, I don't know what he's done since Tim Tszyu. Let's not forget that. Unless I got my stuff correctly, if he ain't fought since, I don't know what has Bakwan fought anybody since Tim Tszyu? Let me check and make sure. Yeah, he ain't fought nobody since Tim Tszyu. And it's almost been a year. I don't even think there's a fight announced right now. And he's the IBF champion. So I'm like, it ain't good. I can say that definitively. It ain't good. It ain't the best of circumstances. It ain't the best of optics. And it sure enough ain't something that should be that should be as much of an issue to make happen. If you put the ball in Virgil's court to force the issue, NBA play a full court press. Make the offense make a mistake by forcing them into a situation that you want. Hold them to one side of the floor. Press them so that they have no leeway to have any room to go anywhere except where the defense wants them to go. Corner. Cut off the ring. Like Boots, if there was any point in time for Boots to need the ability to cut off the ring, this would be the point in time. And it's not even inside the boxing ring. Cut off the ring in the business end of boxing and force Virgil into a corner that he's either got to make a decision or walk away. Because if you do that, it helps immensely. If you don't, it can hurt. It can hurt immensely, and it's problematic. And so that's the only thing. Speak for yourself. That's what I'm saying. Let me see. Virgil's camp refutes Eddie Hearn's fight. Yep. We just figured that out. We just got word. We just saw the tweet. So we right here with you that the announcement was true. Refused matchroom's promoter. Yep. So we just went through it. So we are distraught. The room temperature has changed for what this whole situation is right now. Let me see. And so I am frustrated. I am very frustrated. I'm very frustrated. And so now I don't know if Virgil's moving funny. Because again, on the interview with Akin and Baraka, or Barak, is it Baraka? Is it Baraka? Is it like Baraka from Mortal Kombat? Or is it Baraka? A and B. We'll call it the A and B. On A and B's podcast, they went through and they asked him about that, and he was saying, yeah. And this was 3 days ago. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything. Eddie Hearn said that they had something and that they agreed to it. Virgil Sr. came out and said, yeah, that's not happening. So I don't know if it's Virgil moving funny. More so it seems like Matchroom and Eddie Hearn's moving funny. More seems like Matchroom's moving funny. More than anything. And so, yeah, it's kind of just, everybody's trying to make sure they get the right information right now. So again, we're speaking on only what we know at this point in time. Boots got to speak for himself. Eddie Hearn made him look bad more than once. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That is true. That is true. This ain't the first time it's been a cycle of promises unkept because of things that actually were never agreed to. It's like, I don't like that. Man, Charles doesn't even want to fight Keith. That's crazy. He don't even want to fight Keith Thurman. If there was any fight that Charles should take, I don't know why it didn't keep Thurman. I don't know. And again, Charlo has still been riding high off the money of Canelo. I don't know of anything mentally going on like what happened with his brother. I don't know what anything personal is going on like what happened with his brother. So I don't know why excuse me, I don't know why we're seeing this level of silence from one of the more vocal fighters in the world that has been routinely in the mind's eye of boxing fans. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. Bootside has signed, but Virgil team has not. If Virgil ducks Boots like he ducked Bakram, it won't be good. But again, it apparently, whatever Eddie Hearn has been saying, even if Boots has signed, apparently it's true now that Virgil has not gotten any sort of contract. And there has been no agreement to whatever the world has been said. And so that begs the question, negotiations, have they even taken place? Or is Matchroom just saying, or is Eddie Hearn more so just saying stuff? And again, with the Ring magazine themselves taking off the interview off their own platform shows me that something was amiss on Eddie Hearn's side. And the words of Virgil Ortiz and his father, they ring true in some regard, because they wouldn't take it down if it wasn't anything else. And at least with from what I understand. And but let's see. Now I agree. Virgil's career is funny. It's funny money at this point. This time one ain't nobody agree to anything. That's the thing. Again, strictly going off the claim that Eddie Hearn said. Strictly throwing the words that Eddie Hearn said, quoting Eddie Hearn, and throwing the words back at him to show the issues with this whole situation. I am not saying that anything was signed. He said that stuff was signed on Boots' side. But in actuality, it's doubt now that anything's been signed on anybody's side. Because apparently ain't no contract been sent. Ain't no talks been talked about. And everything has been just up in smoke. Or rather, nothing existed in the first place. Huh? You know, nothing was there at all. You know, it's like me saying, hey, look over there. You know, it's like me saying, look over there. There's a Walmart in the desert. I don't know why I said Walmart. I don't know why I said Walmart. There's a Waffle House in the desert. Let's go get some food. Okay, where? Oh, right over there. And everybody else is looking. It's like, but there ain't nothing there. What do you mean? It's right there. No, there ain't nothing there. It's an illusion, a mirage. It doesn't exist, though you say it exists. In reality, there's nothing there. Right now, though Eddie Hearn may say what he said, at this point in time, there's nothing there. There's nothing there, at least from what we have right now. Eddie Hearn has revealed that Jerron is signed. Again, he said he signed, but Virgil hasn't gotten any contract. And so we got to take everything with, well, hold on. Wait a minute. Before I continue. Hold on. Before I continue. Let me read this whole thing. Let me read this whole thing to make sure. Eddie Hearn has revealed Jerron Ennis signed with Virgil Ortiz. Yes. Eddie Hearn did say that in the interview. New extension, yes. With Matchroom, absolutely. It's a tune-up fight for both, and then they will fight each other. However, Virgil's team disputes that and says that ain't nothing been sent, and we haven't agreed to fight with anybody on any way. And there's been no contract sent our way, going off of what we know at this point in time. Yes, Eddie Hearn did say it was a Matchroom and Golden Boy co-promotion. He did say that. I believe Boots has agreed. It's Virgil's team and his father saying they don't agree. And that ship has sailed, making it more believable that Boots agreed to the fight. Okay. All right. Virgil's always moved funny, in my opinion. Duck butt at 147. He ducked background 154. And it's starting to get funny with him. Okay. All right. So what you're saying is that in this situation, the contract is actually real. Boots has indeed signed. However, Virgil's team is the one that's playing the runaround with what's going on. And they're the reason that this fight isn't happening. And they're the reason why everybody's trying to scramble and backpedal. Because stuff looks awry. But in this situation, it's Virgil's team and Virgil Ortiz himself that is moving in a similar way that he's done in the past. Like with Bakram, as you say. Okay. I'm not trying to jump to conclusions. But it's on every end of the spectrum. All of this looks shady. Let's be real. Let me be perfectly honest. All of this looks shady. Everything at this point. Now, Angry Mexican understanding what you're saying. And again, appreciate you tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. If I didn't say hi already, I'm glad you're here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you tuning in to us on this Friday afternoon, taking time out with us. Now that we have this established, okay, with this explanation now set in place, context to how we've seen the likes of Virgil move before, let's capitulate. Let's refine. Everybody in this situation looks shady at this point. Virgil moving in a manner that we've seen, part of the reason why we question whether or not we're surprised with all the rhetoric about him, ain't really as much substance as you would expect, though we think the talent is real, because he hasn't gotten the big opportunities. Could be because he wasn't trying to get them, because he, again, when he got opportunities against him, like with Bakram and Boots and others, or Bakram and Crawford and others, didn't take advantage of it. Some shady stuff there. Eddie Hearn lied a lot, to a degree, as like with a lot of promoters, and has been going through and making claims that apparently whatever has been agreed by both parties has not been agreed to by both parties, even if Boots has agreed to those deals. Okay. There's a lot of confusion right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty right now. There's a lot of, who's to believe with who. To be clear, everybody in this situation looks guilty. Everybody. Eddie Hearn looks guilty. Maxim looks guilty. By association, Boots look guilty. And Virgil looks guilty by how adamant he is trying to not take this fight. Which, in all honesty, if I'm being real, I don't know why you wouldn't want to take this type of fight if you're Virgil Ortiz. I don't. Like we said before, the biggest name that you would have faced coming up in weight to you for the biggest payday that you probably would get in your career up until this point. And if you win, the upside is incredible. And if you lose, the division's so deep that it won't hurt you to the point that, oh my gosh, she's a bump. It won't. The risk does not so much outweigh it. And so, right now, I'm skeptical about everything. I'm going to be clear. I'm skeptical about a bunch of stuff right now. And so, they're both looking funny, in my opinion. Boost 28 and talking about warm-ups. Virgil 27 never held or fought for a real belt and seemingly hasn't been avoiding competition like with Bakram and others. So now it's like everybody's got blood on their hands right now. And again, this fight, if this is something that Virgil didn't agree to, shouldn't he agree to it? With everything that we've said about what the ramifications of this fight would be. Because now it's like, this is kind of like a golden goose placed in your lap if you're Virgil Ortiz. You got an opportunity. At least say, hey, We'll take the fight, but we got to renegotiate some of this stuff because I don't agree with some of the things in the contract. That's fine. But it seems like in terms of getting a fight, I don't know why this wouldn't if you want to really be a G, and you think Eddie Hearn's blowing smoke, call us a bluff. Okay, yeah, we agree. But we're gonna renegotiate some things with the deal. All right, fine. And make it happen. That's what I would do anyway. If I was Virgil Ortiz and I was skeptical, but I also understood the opportunity of who I got in front of me, I'd be like, all right, hey, we'll take the fight, but we got to shift some stuff around. And if you really want to make this work, we gonna come back to the table. For me, in my perfect world. Now, am I right? Am I wrong? No clue. Because like I said, I'm actively trying to think through this. Because right now it's let me see. Right now, all signs point to Boots agreed to the fight and Virgil hasn't. So that's what I'm on. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't like that duck stuff, especially when the narrative has been pushed that Boots ducked Virgil. And so, yeah, dang it. I don't know. Can we? I don't think this would. Does this constitute? Excuse me. Does this constitute even talking about ducking in any way, shape, or form? Does it in this situation? I don't know. Because again, this was just a bomb that was dropped, and all of a sudden now they just defused the bomb right before it was in the process of blowing up for the world to see. And so now we got angry. Now we got people saying that people are. I don't know if angry is pushing fake news or not. It's like we got the facts. Yes, we got what Eddie Hearn said. Yes, but we also got what Virgil said, which again I also do value, even with the understanding situations of what's going on with Bakram in the past. So I'm like, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think because there's so much. There's so much stuff. And there's so much stuff. Let me see. This is not a duck situation. In my opinion, this isn't anything. You know what? You know what? That may be the best thing I've read about this whole situation. That might be the best thing I've read about this whole situation. At this, that might be. That might be the best thing. And that might be the best thing. And again, I'm only saying this because I want to make sure that I'm actively going through right now to make sure I'm reading up on everything I can to make sure, hey, yeah, we got this story right of if somebody is ducking or if somebody lied and all this different stuff. I'm trying to make sure, full disclaimer. So in the process of me talking, I am vigorously pulling double duty. Good gosh, it would pay to have a producer right now. It would pay to have a producer to help out with this, to make sure that we got what we got going on. But and to make sure that we got everything right. But at this point, the best thing I might be able to say is like it's nothing. As of right now, it really isn't anything of substantive stuff until we get, some level of concrete situation. This is just ridiculous. Let me see. Let me reread the quote from. Let me reread the quote from Virgil Ortiz himself to make sure I got my stuff right. This is Virgil Ortiz Sr. I didn't know Eddie Hearn was Virgil's manager. Virgil told Virgil when he fights. I haven't heard anything. And it's not a, hey, Virgil, fight my guy when I say. They let that stuff slide twice. Virgil's on his own path, no matter who anyone says. No matter who. I think it should be no matter what. But no matter who anyone says. No waiting for anyone anymore. Okay. Right. So Virgil saying they got nothing. Eddie Hearn saying they've signed, or at least Boots has signed a contract. But Boots has signed a contract that apparently Virgil Ortiz and them has not received in the first place. And they're the camp that will be like, oh, no, if they would probably be saying something different if they did get it. So they haven't gotten it. So shoot. Yeah, I think best thing I can say is both might be true. Boots has signed a contract with Virgil. Or Boots has signed an extension with Matchroom. Boots has signed for a fight with Virgil Ortiz in that contract. Boots has signed for a fight as a tune-up fight later on in the year this year. But Virgil Ortiz himself, on his end of the spectrum, for a contract with Virgil Ortiz and a tune-up fight of his own, he has not received said contract, and hence there's nothing that has been agreed to on his end of the spectrum. And so that fight with Boots on his end is non-existent, because apparently he hasn't gotten anything to sign in the first place. Now, if he's lying, he's lying, and we act with that accordingly. But right now, that's the scoop. Best I can put it together. And so let me see. Oh, shoot. Hey, yo, Just Do Boxing. Hey, man, how you doing? Oh, I ain't even got you on the screen. Hey, man, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad that you're here. Appreciate you coming in for this thing. Now, again, I would love it if we got some evidence of said contract. I would love that. I would love, now that would put a lot of stuff to rest. That would put, as I'm going through the chat, that would put a lot of stuff to, well, shoot, Al Booger, you put me to it. You beat me to it. Excuse me. You said it best. There's no contract. What's the date? What's the time? Who's fighting on it? And all that stuff. There's all that stuff. It would be great if we had some tangible evidence to give out that, hey, we've seen people post an email of a contract that was indeed sent before. We've seen evidence of, if there is something that exists, they post it. Fighters and managers. So, that would also help Boots' case and Matchroom's case to give evidence of, hey, yeah, we have sent this to you all. Y'all got this. This thing does indeed exist. Right now, we're going on the word of the day. Right now, we're going on the word of the day. That's what we're doing. We're going on the word. We're going off the word of the day, but we ain't going off of the tangible letters, the tangible lettering. It's at this point. It's he said, she said, or he said, and if there was some evidence that would back this, that yeah, Boots did this, Boots got this signed. We got the paper right here. Even Bill Haney, when he was talking about making the fight with Brian Oman Jr., brought out a whole stack of papers saying, hey, this is a tangible contract that we got for what we're going to do with Brian Oman. And he at least showed something. And so that would help immensely to put some of the speculation to rest. But right now, we're going off of words. And I hate it, but it's just like, it's because it's, and again, I'm not trying to ride the fence, but like, there's not enough evidence to say that which way's one or the other. Because Virgil ain't got no evidence that the contract was sent. And Boots, and while Eddie Hearn has said, yeah, the contract has been signed, now with the dispute of what Virgil said, there's nothing from Boots or Eddie Hearn's words outside of the contract's been signed, and this is what it says that we can go off of. And we've seen Eddie Hearn lie before. Part of the reason why we had Al Booger saying, "Hey, brother, I believe it when I see it, because I don't trust the brother." And so I'm trying to be as fair as I can be and be like, "Hey, brother, we don't know. If there's give me something concrete, I can stamp my flag where it needs to go." But at this point in time, it's too muddied. And I want to believe Virgil, and I do, that he ain't got that he doesn't have a contract. But also, to a degree, because I want it to be reality, I believe that Boots has signed an actual extension with Metro. And so, I actually like it. He just be lying. No, you're right. Like, he's a great promoter. He just be lying a lot. He absolutely do. So it's tiring. That's what this is. Ultimately, it's just tiring. And at this point in time, the best thing I can say with the evidence given, I don't think that Virgil got a contract sent to him. I do think that there is a contract that Boots has signed with Metro. If there is evidence that Eddie Hearn has sent that contract to Virgil Ortiz, he needs to post that now. He needs to post that now. And that will quiet all this noise. That will quiet all of this. Because right now, it's Eddie Hearn who will be in possession of it. And it's Boots who will be in possession of it. If Virgil says he ain't got it. If that's the case, then something's got to be sent for the public to see. Because right now, buddy, you getting tried in the public court of opinion. Because Virgil's saying, "Hey, buddy, you lied." Virgil said it wasn't nothing signed 3 days ago. Wasn't nothing given 3 days ago. So if this is really real, give us something to show us it's real. I don't want to say it's a lie, but also I ain't got no evidence. And apparently so neither does Ortiz. So you post something to shut him up and say, "Yeah, this is real. We got it. It's sitting right here. We sent it to you on X day." You do that, we got talk. You don't. We ain't got nothing to do. And so that right now, that's where I'm at. I don't think either. I for the sake of consistency and what we got right now, I'll say neither. I'll go ahead again. But the facts are, Eddie Hearn said what he said, and he said Boots did what he did. Boots has not said anything also of his own volition. Eddie Hearn's been speaking on Boots' behalf. I'm being real. Boots hasn't even. I will go to Boots' social media right now. If Boots has said something that he has indeed signed with Metro, and everything that Eddie Hearn has said is concrete and real, all the better. Helps us out even more. And here, right here. I'll show it to you right now. 3 hours ago. The closest thing we've got, this was what? 12:25. Mind you, we got that news about what was going on with Eddie Hearn about I think about 2 hours ago. So roughly a little bit around the time. The truth's going to come to light. Cryptic tweet. Great. Phenomenal. Now, I don't know what this means. Now, I would assume this is referencing this whole conversation right now. Contract and all between Virgil and Boots. So if we want, we can take this as, hey, I did sign. Truth's going to come to light that I did take care of my end of the bargain and somebody else did. We can rock with that. We can rock with that. If that is indeed the case, if this is what's going on. Mind you, this was done roughly 3 hours ago. So he might have signed it earlier today. Eddie Hearn then came out roughly, around 1 o'clock somewhere and said it and put it out to the public. And now Virgil's saying it happened. So Boots right here could be saying, yeah, we did what we needed to do, and Virgil's the one that's messing up. That's absolutely true. But what would make the truth come to light in an undeniable fashion would just be to show us the contract. That's all. Cryptic stuff is great. Cryptic stuff draws intrigue. But cryptic stuff doesn't answer the question. Is this thing real? And has it been sent? If it is real and it hasn't been sent, why hasn't it been sent? That's the little thing. That's all. That's the bare minimum that we're asking. Because if that happens, everything else answers itself. If they show that the contract has been actually sent and is real, then boom. With public evidence, now with the discourse being everybody's trying to figure out what's what, well, that shuts it all up. And they will be able to do it because they got the power. I do believe it's real, and I do believe that he has signed something. But give us some evidence that Virgil has received it. And that this thing does exist. Because right now, we're split. Whether it does or doesn't. And again, I think it does. It just, this is why I hate. It's why I don't like when stuff gets, again, cryptic and or when pushback goes in the fray and there's nothing concrete. I don't like that. Because I'm sitting here trying to be as fair as I can be, but I can't give no concrete stuff up until a certain point because the evidence that would be boom there and there will be there. So I do believe the contract exists. I do believe Boots has signed with Metro. But I need to make sure that that contract did get sent to Virgil Ortiz. And if that did happen, and you got evidence that it happened, then great, we're all hunky-dory. Just to put this to bed and put it to rest. So we know everybody's on the same page. And from the sense of an overarching appeal. But I think we have some people, other people coming through. Let me see. Albert Real, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us on today. Shakur versus CEO is a game of chess at its finest. Yes, it is. And we hope and pray that fight gets made. Because that would be a monumental display. The only question is, will it be at 140 or will it be at 135? Will it be at a catch weight or will we see Shakur move up to 147? Hypothetically. Off the backs of fighting William Zepeda, which again, right now at 135, it looks like the greatest thing since sliced bread. But my gosh, if he does move up there, that'll be ridiculous. If he beats Tio, even better. If Tio beats Shakur, incredible. That'll be a phenomenal fight. That would be a phenomenal fight. And so, let me see. Been a Boots fan, been multiple fights, planning on the more. I've heard rumors Boots is ready to fight up. See, and here we go. We're right back to the fight. So, again, to be clear, Eddie Hearn gave out, just a recap, for Albert Real and anybody coming in, Eddie Hearn gave out a contract. Or Eddie Hearn said publicly, an hour ago, roughly, that Boots had signed with Matchroom in an extension, and he was signed on to fight Virgil Ortiz with one tune-up fight in the works, and then boom, Ortiz is next. With Virgil doing that same thing, tune-up fight, and then boom, they fight each other in a joint promotion with Matchroom and Golden Boy. Ortiz Sr. came out and said they never received a contract. 3 days ago, Virgil Ortiz also said they haven't gotten a contract from Boots Ennis. Now, Boots put out a tweet at 12:25 saying the truth will come out. I'm assuming that was in reference to him actually signing a actual contract with Matchroom and Eddie Hearn. And the contract is indeed real. However, the question of was it or was it not sent to Virgil Ortiz is the question that we're all asking. And if it has not, then Eddie Hearn's blowing smoke that the fight on both ends has been agreed upon. But the fight on Boots' end has, which is true. But all this convoluted stuff is simply to say, you just post evidence that you sent the contract. And after that, everything's all well and good. I believe Boots signed. I believe the contract is real. And I believe that is the plan. But I also believe that there might be some truth that Ortiz's camp has not gotten. But if Eddie Hearn just sends some evidence to the public and backs Ortiz into a corner to say, hey, you did get this, and this is it right here. Because we've seen fighters and promoters put contracts publicly for people to know it's real. You do that, all this questioning goes out the window. And you got yourself a concrete foundation of now, Virgil, what you're gonna do. Now you put him, you back him into a corner. You cut off the ring. If he takes the contract, guess what? That means that he lied. He did get it before. And now, boom, you got caught. Now you got to fight him. If he doesn't take the contract, then it was real. He knew about it. And he willingly did not sign. Hence, can be seen as this brother might be ducking smoke. Hypothetically. But you put him into that scenario if you go through and show people just publicly, hey, I don't know what Virgil and them are saying, but this thing is real right here. Give it to the public, and all of a sudden they'll do the work for you. You give it to the public, you give the evidence to the public, they'll fight your battle for you. They'll do it for you. They just need something tangible that cements the belief of what is the reality. And then, boom, it's off and running. They'll do what they need to do. But right now, there is no fight between them. At this point in time, there's no fight officially between them, sadly, at this point. This fiasco is hilarious. You know it's not how fights get made. People shut up when it's time to make the fight. They don't go on social media. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes, yeah, when a fight gets made, it gets quiet. And like, it'll be a lot of rah-rah and smoke saying, I want this, I want that. But then negotiations take place and they'll go mute. And then they'll pop back up. All right, we here. Time to go. I'm going to whoop your butt. And then trash talk happens again. It's like a Woj bomb in the NBA, but it's every single fight. But yeah, normally we'll see some silence. So we're going to see. Again, we're going to see what takes place. And it's good entertainment for a slow Friday, though. Yeah, hey, look, let me tell you something. Clap it up for drama. Give it up for drama. You got to love it. And this is drama that we can't cover. This ain't the other type of drama that I don't really get into. This is fight drama. Like, this is heart. This is the euphoria and the heartbreak. What the world caused all of it. Who's the lie? Who's the truth? And again, I guarantee you, all week long, this is gonna be a topic that gets everybody on pins and needles. And people really gonna be gonna. I mean, they're gonna be fiending for trying to find, the written word of what's what. And I'm still going through to make sure evidence ain't getting posted. Or excuse me, I'm going through to make sure that evidence is getting posted. That all this stuff is indeed happening. And any new developments, because my word, at any given point in time, something can change, and that's horrifying. That is terrifying. Because I have been on the receiving end of news that's broken and has been broken late. Well, I'm breaking it late, and it's the worst thing in the world. It is the worst thing in the world. And come on, good. Let me make sure. I'm doing one last check just to be sure. Just to be sure that we are where we need to be. Come on. Okay, all right, ain't nothing new yet. Thank gosh. Thank the Lord. All right. Now, before we continue, before we continue, There was a pin in the, we did put a pin in the topic that we didn't need to discuss earlier in the show. And that was Dillian White versus Moses Talma. Because we had people wanting to talk about it. We really did. We really did. And I think it was it Sack or was it Teddy Berkshire that talked about that fight? One of the two. And this might be one of the last things that we cover on this show. As we coming up on 313. And again, it's still the championship rounds. To be clear, y'all are still driving the conversation. We're still going through and talking about everything that you all want to discuss, absolutely. And we're trying not to make sure that we miss nobody. We just had, again, this whole boots bomb that we got dropped that ended up being a false alarm. Kind of. Not kind of. But it did hijack the show. My goodness. But back to the last topic that I did want to cover, because I did put a pin in it. It was Dillian White versus Virgil Ortiz. I can't find the chat, but I know somebody, it was Teddy. It was Teddy that wanted to talk about it. That's who it was. It was Teddy. And so real quick, with that fight specifically, as we are waiting for him to come through to fight at this toughest roadblock today, though again it's an older Dillian White, I want to know if Dillian White takes this test and he beats the brakes off of, if Moses Talma takes this test and he beats the brakes off of Dillian White, I'm talking about 4 rounds and he destroys him. I'm talking about it's a complete whitewashing, hypothetically, if this fight goes into an insane degree of him just dominating. Would it be rough for me to say that we're looking at a potential top 5 pound-for-pound fighter coming out of the heavyweight division in the coming years? Would it be bad for me to say that if he handles the test of Dillian White with flying colors? And am I jumping the gun too much that we're seeing a star that can legitimately be one of the best 10 fighters in the world, which ain't often for heavyweights in this day and age and generation, to be able to come through and maybe not the number 1 spot, but amongst that top 5, he can be in that threshold? Is it too rough for me to say? And am I jumping the gun on the hype train of what Dillian White is as a fighter? Because, again, people are saying that most of the time it's going to beat him. We still got to understand, but this is still a hard task for Moses Talma. This is still a very dangerous brother that can derail, just like with Jared Anderson. He got derailed in one fight. Moses Talma can get derailed in one fight, even though he looks leagues better than the likes of Jared Anderson. Nowhere close to the talent level of Jared Anderson, because Jared Anderson is leagues below. Jared Anderson was struggling against the likes of Charles Martin in their fight with each other. Now, we're not saying that Moses has beaten world beaters left, right, and center. We're not saying that Moses has gone through and completely just dominated the top 10 best ever at the heavyweight for today. We're not saying that. But he is a real, he's looking like something different. Moses Talma, he's looking like, I'm telling you. And some people have said I'm too high on him. He ain't really about the hype. He ain't worth it. As a young star, he ain't gonna reach those types of levels because the division's just too big. I've also heard that before. Don't forget, with Usyk, though Usyk is a league's better fighter, but don't get it twisted. Same conversation was that, buddy, you're too small and you can't do what you need to do against these big behemoths in the ring. And now you see what happens. And Talma, starting at heavyweight, is already utilizing those levels of footwork. Not the same as Usyk, but the older, well-rounded skill sets of bygone eras, just like that Usyk brings to the table at heavyweight for today. Talma's bringing to the ring right now. Slick, or is able to fight. Smooth, comfortable. Every shot that he throws is sharp. It's not labored. He can throw his shots like a whip to the body or to the head. He's got footwork that can use the ring incredibly well and outmaneuver most of the heavyweights in the division, coming forward and fighting backwards, though he's not as good fighting backwards. He is able to, again, he still hasn't fought some of the bigger punches in the world. That's still going to take some time. I understand, but he has shown he can take it. He's pretty durable. He has shown he can when he is better than somebody, it won't be hard to tell. And he doesn't let somebody fight up to his level, nor does he fight down to their level. He fights at his level all the time, which is something that I hate, which is something that I love. I need to see more people more often, at least in the heavyweight division. It's great all around. It's just I don't want to act like I am pushing the gun or I'm pulling the trigger too quick on saying this brother's going to be one that is going to be not just a leader for the next era, but he's going to be one of the pound for pound best in the world once he reaches his prime. And I truly believe it. Let me see. Dillian's English crumpets he's English crumpets for Atama. I would assume. Again, the biggest thing is Dillian White does have a delivery system. A very dangerous one at that. And if he can use it against Atama, effectively, and he's got a chin. Yes, he's been knocked out, but he's got a chin. Like he went up and he's been knocked out by Tyson Fury and by Anthony Joshua and a PED'd up Povetkin. Understandable. But outside of that, it ain't like he just a one tap and he's done. So he can take a shot to give a shot. And in Atama taking that level of power, that could be a level of danger. Atama going past 6 rounds, what's his stamina going to be like? Atama having to fight against a buddy who can survive potentially his onslaught, what's that going to be like? How is that going to fare? What is he going to show? What is he going to be able to do? Can he sustain himself for 12 or 10, however long the round is? That's going to be interesting. There's still a lot of questions for this fight, as much as this should be a fight that he should be able to handle. Dillian is fully cooked, and Moses has a great chance to pick up the belts in the next, hold on, 12 to 18, 12 to 18 months. But let me keep on reading. I don't see all-time great legend in Moses, but the heavyweight division will be softer once Usyk leaves. You're right, it will be. But 12 to 18 months? Are you sure? Because who's to say that Usyk isn't still fighting? Who's to say that by this time next year, Usyk's still the heavyweight champion of the world? And if Atama does get a shot, you think he's beating Usyk, even who will be at that point in time 39 years old? I don't know. That's the scary part. Big assumption that Usyk leaves. Like, look, you say, that's a big assumption. Because brother, what if he doesn't? That's the assumption is that Usyk's got maybe a year or 2 left. And he'll leave before a year's end. But my gosh, brother, what if Usyk just doesn't leave? Heck, I don't think we've thought about that. What if Usyk just doesn't leave? What if he just doesn't stop fighting? And what if his actual decline ain't until he's like 42? Hypothetically, again, that's not out the question, because Arizona Lara is 42 years old at 160. Though again, it's not as I would like the division to be deeper per se, but still, he's it. Artem Beterbiev is still the second best light heavyweight shoot at this point in time. It's tied for who's the best light heavyweight between the two. You had to give it to Bebo because he beat him the second time, but still, they tied 1-1. He is still at least the second, if not tied for, the best light heavyweight in the world, and he's 40 years old. Crawford's 38, Canelo's 36, We got older champions coming through and still being able to be good. Pacquiao is doggone 46 and he's still fighting at a championship level against Barrios. All of a sudden, age don't mean the same thing. Age does not mean the same thing that it used to back in the day. No, it don't. It don't. Now, granted, wear and tear is a little bit different. Ali at 38 versus Usyk at 38 is completely different because Ali had almost 50-something fights. Ali had fought Foreman, Frazier, Ken Norton again, Ron Lyle, Bob Foster, Floyd Patterson, Cleveland Williams, Sonny Liston again. All by the time he was 38 years old, they fought Larry Holmes. Ridiculous. And was defending the title at 38. And had become a 3-time heavyweight champion. First time it ever been done. And so, and I'm missing names that he fought. He had done all that by the time he was 38. Usyk has had a great career. It's not nearly as long. It ain't nearly as long. Amateurs and pros, it's not nearly as long. Also, Ali was a gold medalist. Yeah, the Olympic. Don't forget that as well. So yeah. You see, and again, not to bring up an old conversation, but this is why I was saying This is why I don't have the likes of Usyk above Ali, though other people's may, because this resume is indeed great. But Ali's resume was so long, and he did it. And again, but his 38, by the time what Usyk had done at 38, it was completely different. Because people were bringing it up about Usyk that he had accomplished, and he was on top of the world. Well, Ali had been on top of the world 3 times, and by that time, he was already in the 50s in his career, resume-wise, and had gone through the gauntlet 2 times over of his division, and was then fighting almost the second or third generation of heavyweights coming up that were taking over. And he was still close to the top up until, the bottom finally fell out. Again, Parkinson's and all, and that's it started to take a toll. 3-year hiatus, and still came back to fight Larry Holmes with the disease starting to ravage his body. And so it's insane, but the amount of time and the amount of time he had been in the sport and what he had done in that amount of time, because it was a lot more densely, not just densely populated, but more dense from the standpoint of how often he fought, provided more opportunity to do more. Just by proxy. Pacquiao, similar situation. But he fought so much, that's why he was able to do so much. Canelo fought so much, that's why he did so much. And a lot of the resumes of today, because they don't fight as much, they're not able to get to that same level of grandeur with their resumes because they're not fighting as consistently. Because you could fit all the names of the modern day in boxing. You could fit them all on everybody's resume if they did not just fight once or twice a year. You really could. Now, I'm not saying you got to fight 17 times a year like Mike Tyson. I'm not saying that. Again, we do care about the health of the fighters, though if you did do that, incredible. But if you fought, if every fighter fought 3 or 4 times a year, that would be a whole lot better. That would be a whole lot better for what you can do in your career and what you can accomplish. More opportunities to make a bigger legacy because you're always active. And now because you're always available to fight, it makes it for less of an excuse for somebody to say, I don't need to fight you. I ain't got time. Because you're always available and you're always looking for the next challenge. And when you do that, all of a sudden, now your name builds up, your cachet grows, your legacy gets deeper and deeper, and you're knocking down pins quicker than anybody else around you. And you, by proxy of trying to really get the work in, you're forcing everybody else to play catch up to you. And it betters the sport as a whole. That's what would make this even better. I would love it. I really would love it. And so, but that's what separates the likes of Ali and others from this generation and past generations. Not saying that these generations aren't accomplishing great things, not diminishing them. We've seen people turn into all-time greats in this era because they're great. There's no question. We ain't questioning that. But also you take that into account when you understand the history of what and why their careers were what they were. And it helps to help, again, it helps to keep with the notion of this is why greatness is looked at this level. Doesn't diminish what's happening. But this is indeed still the bar that you need to try to get towards. That's why Crawford having 40 fights, all of a sudden it's looking pretty good, ain't it? Crawford having 40 fights, and you actually look at the resume, it's looking pretty good. Canelo over 60 fights is looking pretty good. Pacquiao's resume, that speaks for itself. In a way, with him having his 30-plus fights, but with the density, it's looking pretty good, and he's always fighting. It's helping. It does help. It helps immensely. But let me see. Let me keep on reading. Wait, let me see. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me see. I ain't a fanboy. I look at the facts, and Virgil's father and his team move funny. Keep your head on. Keep me. Hey, look. We ain't trying. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Time out. Hold on. Wait a minute. We ain't about to have this happen again. We already went through trolling last time. We ain't trying to troll nobody. We ain't trying to go at nobody. We want to have fun, love, discourse, debate, all that stuff, absolutely. But we don't want to go through and throw shots across the aisle that can turn ugly. Want to keep stuff above the belt. If you disagree, completely fine. This is a place of discourse and fun and excitement and we love talking boxing and sports as a whole. It's also a way for me to make some money. Absolutely. But beyond that, we want to keep this very much in a conducive and I don't want to say family friendly. That's not what we're going for. But more so all-encompassing environment where everybody can come and enjoy. You can disagree and you can go at it, but you don't want to go and put somebody down. We don't want that. We ain't trying to bring that. We definitely ain't trying to bring that because we don't want to. That can lead to some bad things. But again, if you don't agree with it, I completely understand. And like I said, with this whole situation with Ennis, we get it. We love it. Or excuse me, we don't love it because the fight ain't happening. But we got the facts as are what they are. Seemingly, Boots is insinuating that something that he has signed with Metro. Eddie Hearn said it himself. Virgil Ortiz saying they ain't got it. Both things can be true. Virgil ain't got the contract, but the contract does exist. And Boots has signed. It would be poignant on Eddie Hearn to just show the contract to the public and show evidence that it has been sent on Virgil's side so that if indeed Virgil is capping about not getting this or not knowing about it, guess what? Now that shuts him up. Now that stops all that talk and it puts it to rest. And there's nothing else that needs to happen. I'm playing it, and everybody's on hunky dory. And then when do promoters just randomly show contract? And again, Bill Haney did it when he was on the Boxing Voice when he was talking about the fight with Brian Norman. And there's been over the course of the last 2 years, there's been a couple instances of people showing evidence of a contract was sent or a contract was made and we can get the ball rolling. Oh, it happens. Again, beyond just the Bill Hayden situation, off the top of my head, I can't remember the specifics of it, but I know we've covered it on this show over the course of the past couple years that it's happened before. And again, there's probably people in the chat that got a better memory than me on when these things take place. And so, or they're even Brian Norman and his father, they even go through and are able to, just like they did even with the Bill Haney situation, when there was a whole dispute there with the fight almost not happening. Brian Norman not just went through and was able to describe in detail the process that they went through in talking with Turkey Al-Sheikh and about the fight with Devin Haney. Turkey came to them. They said they wanted to fight. Then it went on Devin Haney. Devin Haney and them initially went on public and said, yes, we got it. We want to do it. And then backtracked because they were trying to capitulate to make Brian Norman go through and force him into VADA testing earlier than the already agreed upon contractual date of August 1st. And if they didn't do that, they would pull out. Now, granted, Brian Norman just went ahead and went into it. He didn't have to. It was already agreed to. Turkey knew about the assigned date. Norman and Devin and Bill also knew about the agreed upon date. But yet still Bill Haney was making a kerfuffle because they were trying to make it so they can, like with anything, win any portion of the outside fight battle. Because it's just as much of a fight outside of the ring as inside with control. They do that. All of a sudden, they feel like they got a leg up on you. I can make you do what I want outside the ring just like I'm going to be able to do inside the ring. I got one round on you. We've seen it countless times. Trying to throw your weight around to make you feel like this is a mountain that you can't climb. That's what they did. But Norman was able to describe exactly how and when the process went. Turkey ain't refute nothing. Ain't nothing come out that said anything was objectively different. And everything was on the up and up. Something even as simple as that. If Eddie Hearn came back and he said, nah, he's wrong. We sent it on X day at X time. I got the email right here in front of me. I can read it off to you. And then boom. Now, that can help. All that can help. It's been done before. It's just a matter of, will he do it? And if he does, it would help push him into a corner. Let me see. Virgin manager and dad said he never got a contract. And so again, like I said, he did, like we just said, I'm not trying to sound like a broken record. Virgil did say he didn't get it. Boots is seemingly insinuating that he has signed something on Twitter. The truth will come out as he put up. Eddie Hearn did the interview. Virgil refuting it, got it taken down. But still, at this point in time, we can say two things are true. Virgil may not have gotten the contract, just like he said 3 days ago. They didn't get it, or Akan Baraka. But at the same time, the contract, I believe, does exist. And I believe Boots has signed. And I believe it is there for Virgil to sign. And Virgil legitimately has not got it. Now, if that's a lie, egg on my face, it's a lie. If it's the truth, great. All I know is we better have some answer by this weekend. Because I'm getting sick and tired of having to go through and saying what the world, what's right, what ain't right, who's telling the truth or not. I just want something concrete. Just give me something concrete. That's all. Just give me something concrete so we can say, yeah, we've seen it before from other people. We can see it from you. That's all we're saying. You get that? We are willing. We're great and ready to go. And there's no issue at all about it. But I think that might be everything that we need that we can cover, because we running on what? Almost on 4 hours of this stream, which again, I love. Now, we did still have Keyshawn Davis that was in the thumbnail. Do y'all want to talk about Keyshawn Davis as the lag segment, Or do y'all just want to say, you know what, we could wrap it up, send them? I'll leave it to you. In fact, I'll do the better thing. I will do the better thing. Do we end with Keyshawn Davis I'm gonna leave it. I don't even know if I spelled it right. I probably didn't. You know what? I don't care. At this stage, I don't care. I'm gonna put it to y'all. Do we end the show by talking about Keyshawn Davis real quick? Yes or no? Might as well use this stuff. We got polls. We can move. We got polls. And if we got a poll, might as well try to see if we can put it to good use. I'm gonna give y'all some time. Let's see what y'all gotta say. Nope, wrong button. Nope, wrong button again. There we go. Yes, sir. Do y'all want to end the show talking about Keyshawn Davis and his next steps at 140, or do we? That is some really good coffee. That is some really good coffee. My gosh. Maybe medium roast ain't that bad, but y'all want to end the show with talking about Keyshawn Davis and the backs of what he's done, or not the backs, what his road is going to be to redemption since the whole Albright altercation. And do we buy into that this brother's going to be able to be what he needs to be as a fighter, to be able to evolve and move on? Because if not, we got one vote. All right, we got one. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. I wish I had a. Do I got a sound that can do it? Do I got a 30-second? I don't know if I got a 30-second sound. How long is this? Let me see. How long is this? How long is this? This sound is 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. End of the poll. We ain't gonna be long. It ain't gonna be long. Let's see what the results are. All right, yes. All right. We can talk about it. And we can talk about Keyshawn Davis real quick. And let me pull up the clip with him on the interview with Ariel Helwani, discussing the world of not just him in boxing, but also with him in where's that? Going forward. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I thought I saw some news that Luis Ortiz was getting ready to come back into boxing and fight Big Baby Miller. I thought that buddy had retired. I didn't know he was still fighting. Oh shoot! Oh my God!
Want to give a shout out to?
No, not that. That's the wrong clip. Let me pull it up real quick. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. We here. Stuff is loading up. It's coming through. It's coming to fruition. Yep, I think we just got word. Hold on. If this is true. Also, what am I doing? Hold on. What am I doing? Let me just share my screen. The world. There we go. Okay, yeah. Scrolling through, just trying to make sure I get the news. Also, apparently, I'm a fact check this. Apparently, Pacquiao is now the #1 contender for the WBC. So that rematch with Mario Barrios could indeed actively happen. I don't know if this is Photoshopped or not. To be clear, I'm going to check this to make sure. But if this is true, we can get Pacquiao versus Barrios in a rematch in a fight that I strongly believe Pacquiao the next time round will win. Can win. May not be. I don't think he can beat. I don't know how many people he can beat at 147. Is it 147? Yeah, at 147. But I sure don't know he can beat Barrios. If he looks better than he did the first time, oh, absolutely. No question about it. But let me go back to my bookmarks. What's going on? Okay, never mind. No, not that one. Here we go. Talk about Keyshawn Davis. Talk about him after the altercation with Albright, him getting, all that mess that happened thus far on his brother's fight card. This is what he had to say. Lord, please don't let it be too loud.
I'm following God. Like, seriously following God. I'm not up here trying to win nobody over. I'm not up here down talking nobody. I'm up here saying that I'm wrong. And when I come at the boxing, I'm going to be a better person because of God, honestly.
Okay, so, again,
I'm following God.
It's quick. I understand. Like I said, very short clip. But the reason why I brought this up is because I am a little bit concerned. I'm a little bit concerned. And sorry, almost thought I saw someone who's going down. But the reason why I brought this up is because I'm a little bit concerned for Keyshawn. It's not because of the retirement tour or the apology tour. It's not because of him, following God. That's great. Love it. Phenomenal. Great. Get yourself right. No issue. My issue is, will he go too far in changing who he is? And will that change what he is as a fighter? We've seen, and I ask that because Tank, when he talks about how he doesn't want to get therapy because once he gets himself right, all of a sudden he won't be the same brother in the ring. We talk about Deontay Wilder. When he was trying to catch a body and kill somebody in the ring, all of a sudden he was knocking every Tom, Dick, and Harry out the ring. I mean, almost putting people in. He was hitting people and it looked like a horror movie. That shot that he landed on Robert Elenius, have you seen the camera angle of Elenius on the ground, unconscious but eyes wide open, and Wilder walking away? But that's the most horrifying. It's one of the most horrifying photos you can find. But again, and mind you, that was post. But no, excuse me. But what happened directly after that knockout? All of a sudden, the brother was sad because he didn't know if Robert Lance was going to be the same. Now, I'm glad he cares about the opponent. But notice that since then, since that fight, he has not been the same Wilder. Because his ideology of what he wants to be and who he is as a person now is shifted. Even if he's a better person, even if, again, always want to hear about the community, has always done some great work, absolutely. But from the standpoint of that it factor that has been able to turn him into the bronze bomber, the alter ego per se that he said he went to. All of a sudden now that's non-existent, and that turned him into a bronze stature. When we look at this right now with Keyshawn Davis, I'm very concerned that how he goes about with the change in life, which again is good. I have no issue with that. But will it dilute the fire needed to be the killer inside the ring? That can happen. Again, for some people it don't. Pacquiao is Pacquiao. Beloved around the globe, does everything around the world, and is as lovable as you can be. And will destroy you inside the ring. It's looking to kill you. The flip switches and it's not the same person. All of a sudden, it's more than about business, but he's trying to end you. He doesn't. He really does. People that got to know Mike Tyson, intellectual, incredibly smart, has a lot of different vested interests. But once he stepped inside the ropes, man, you thought you were going to die. George Foreman could laugh with the best of them. Once he stepped inside the ring, we've had people say, I saw death stare me in the face. And if I didn't quit, I was not leaving that ring. Some people it doesn't affect them. Muhammad Ali was lovable and could talk with the best of them. People hated him for how much he talked. But was beloved once he reached his zenith. And finally, people understood what he was standing up for and everything else involving his boxing ability as well. But when he stepped inside the ropes, brother, he was trying to kill you. There was no malice left on earth because he was trying to get you out of there and beat you up and put you down and make you look silly doing it. It's not with everybody, but with some people. Once they lose that fire, all of a sudden who they are as a fighter is no more. It's gone, passed away. You can't get it back. It's a spark that requires a certain type of fuel for some people. And if you don't have it, even if it means that you're the better person for it, now you lose what you need to be as successful as you have been in the ring. And an aspect of what you are as a fighter now is lost. Sacrifice for the sake of being the better person that you need to be. It is a problem. It is a give and take that we've seen that everybody cannot balance. Now, I'm not saying Keyshawn Davis also ain't going to be, the brother can't punch for nothing. The brother ain't going to try to get people out. The brother still ain't got power. He still does. Brother still got physical gifts. He still does. The brother will still be a world of pain for Tank to have to deal with. He still would be. Shakur and many other people. At 135 and 140. At 140, Richardson Hitchens, Sabril Matias, Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero, all of them. He could give some great work too. I'm not saying that is false. But what I am saying is that Keyshawn Davis that we're going to see going forward might not be the Keyshawn that we saw as that same threat. And again, just like with Tank, when he got him, if Tank gets himself right, said to himself, he won't be able to do anything that he's able to do in the ring now. The killer that he needs to be, he won't be able to get to that place if he treats the issues that he's got. His words, not mine. His words, not mine. I'm quoting him. I'm not putting anything on him. Quoting Tank. He said that. And with other fighters in history, we've seen that same situation take place. Because you have to turn into something when you get into this boxing game. Like I've said at the start of this whole day, because of the danger of what this sport is. You have to turn into a new version of yourself. There is a different mode you have to get to when you're looking and trying to be a real fighter. There's a different level of damage you have to be willing to incur. There's a different foothold. There's a different foothold of ability that you have to tap into. There's a different mindset you have to be willing to dig yourself into. Not dig yourself out of, dig yourself into. Everybody ain't used to hurting people. Everybody don't like hurting people. More than getting hit, people don't like hitting. People don't understand like I've just said, the danger that can be incurred on you. You got to walk into this sport also understanding my hands are to the point that one wrong shot that I land on somebody can take them out just like that. I have a literal license to kill if I do it in this ring. And it's fully possible that it can happen. And that because of the actions I take, somebody is not going home. Sugar Ray Robinson killed somebody. Do y'all know Sugar Ray Robinson killed somebody in the ring?
Hey, look at that.
Y'all do know that, right? Y'all do know that, right? Y'all do know that Sugar Ray Robinson has said that he doesn't like violence. Also, Kingdom Boxing, how you doing, brother? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for tuning into the show. So glad you're here with us today. Appreciate you coming aboard. Hopefully you leave a like on the stream, and hopefully you coming in late. You coming in right on time. Trust me, we've had a plethora of stuff to talk about on this show. Mark my words. But as we're going into the tail end of it, going off of Keyshawn Davis, with him essentially going on Ariel Helwani, apologizing for the whole situation with Albright, him in the locker room situation, going through and saying he's a better person now, following God, trying to be, not just put all that stuff behind him, but legitimately trying to change, which we love. The question is he now going to be the same fighter because of that change? Because him changing what he is for the better as a person may sacrifice an aspect of him that is indeed necessary to be the destructive fighter that we know him as right now. And I bring up Sugar Ray Robinson because Sugar Ray Robinson had a dream against I forget who it was, but against an opponent, that he was going to kill them in the ring. And he did not want to fight. He tried to pull out. He didn't want to fight that day. He was scared out of his mind that he was going to kill him. And his friends all told him, trainers also said, and trainers and all this stuff, said, no, it's in your head. Don't worry. You're going to win, but everybody's going to go home safe. Absolutely. And Robinson, against his own mind, against his own against his own heart, against his own ingenuity and intuition, said, all right, maybe you're right. I'll go for it. And I'll keep on fighting. He shows up on fight day. He knocks him out. And he kills him inside the ring. Knocks him out flush and kills him. Killed just like that. Gone. I mean, doctors couldn't do it. Doctors couldn't do a thing. Got carried out on a stretcher and didn't make it home. And he was like, I knew it was going to happen. My worst nightmare came true. But you got to understand, he did it anyway. He did it anyway. And I'm not trying to laud death. I'm not. I'm saying that, again, Sugar Ray is, in my opinion, the greatest boxer of all time. Sugar Ray Robinson was scared that he was going to kill somebody. And he still went through and fought them and killed them. Not because he was trying to, but because he had to. Because you can't let up in this sport. Sadly, you can't. Because that very well can be you on the other end of the spectrum, beyond just a loss. You got to, you gotta do what you gotta do. Even George Foreman was carrying later on in his life, when in the second half of his career, not wanting to overly damage opponents. But he was still, without trying, rocking people to kingdom come. And it was like begging the ref to do something. But he would still go through and have to hit him. Larry Holmes didn't want to do what he did against Muhammad Ali, but guess what? He had to. Because there was no choice. Because he had to do the job. Because it could be him. And it's not because you're trying to be brutish, but it's because, like I said at the start of this show, the sport is so unforgiving. If you don't give your all at one single moment, you can be gone. Not just lose, you can be gone. One wrong punch can end your life just like the life of somebody else. One wrong punch can change your entire trajectory beyond the ring if it gets landed on you. And if you're lax, if you're unfocused, and or if the right shot just lands, it's a barbaric sport. It's a beautiful dance of violence, but it's violence nonetheless. The beauty is the pain. The beauty is the struggle. The beauty is the risk. That's the thing. It's a bloody waltz. It is a blood-soaked samba. It is a foxtrot of potential death, not because it is just, not because we're trying to fear, but because you're walking that rope. Every time you step in the ring, you're walking that rope. You really are. And thankfully, we don't see it often, but it is still a risk. But you got to go to a place where you put that risk on and say, if it happens, it happens, but I got to do it. Their life is in my hands as much as my life is in my opponent's hands. I got to make sure I do the job. So because of that, guess what that means? I got to go to a mode where, to a degree, like Ivan Drago, but if he dies, he dies. There's a part of me that's got to be willing to go there. There's a part of me that's got to be willing to say, this is a reality that I may cause, and I got to work with it. And I don't want it to happen. But my gosh, it can very well be me if I don't do my job. And this is why we call them warriors all the time. But this is also why, if you don't have the fire necessary, it can be incredibly detrimental. Again, Wilder, he's never been the same since he's changed as a person, since he's changed in his methodology of thinking of what boxing is inside the ring for him. Instead of I'm trying to catch a body, to now, brother, we just all want to go home. It's a great sentiment, I understand. But look at what that's done. Look at what that has done to him as a fighter. All of a sudden now he's in more danger than ever before because, but he's been knocked out twice. Damagingly knocked out. And he still ain't never looked the same since. Even from the standpoint of without technical ability. And if Keyshawn Davis changes, there's a real proposition that, man, but he might not be the same fighter. Because that fire, or whatever that was that you had, that made you what you are, that might have even led to what you did against Albright in the whole fight with you and your brothers. That very thing, without that, whatever you want to call it, X factor, thorn in your side, that tick, that ignition, whatever that is and or was, if that's not there, can you still be the same Keyshawn Davis with a different thing, or with a different type of fire fueling what you are? I'm concerned. Not because I don't want him to be better, but because I also don't want him to not be the Keyshawn that we know he can be or that he has been. Because if he ain't, because he's trying to change, which is great. You sacrifice things to make yourself better. You got to let some stuff go. What is it that he's letting go to be what he needs to be? What is it? And if it's bad, great. But you got to find something else if that's the case. For some people, it's chaos that fuels them. For some people, it's anger. Some people, it's frustration, jealousy, rage. You're fighting for your family, your people, your pride. You're fighting for yourself. You want to be the GOAT. You never want to experience a certain type of pain again. So you go through and you make it so that, yeah, there's nobody that's going to be able to beat me in the same way. And this is what's going to make me what I am now. There's a plethora of different things. But it's, if you lose that thing, what is it that's going to supplant it? And for Keyshawn, that's the question I'm going to be very much closely monitoring. What's the thing that's going to usurp what fueled him before? Because I'm used to the, Keyshawn Davis is fun, but I'm used to the more so he can be cocky. He'll call a shot. He'll do this, that, and the third. I love it. Now, this could just be a PR thing, and maybe he ain't lost nothing. Or it could be real. Whatever the case may be, this type of outright major shift in personality more often than not leads to a shift in the fighter as a whole. And it could be better. And it could be worse. But it all depends on what you sacrifice to be the person that you saw you needed to be for the better. And did you find a substitute that can push you like you were pushed before? You do that, great. But if you don't, it can get very dangerous. Because are you still able to go to that mode of, brother, the worst can happen, but I got to do what I got to do? Because if not, that can become susceptible. But that's all I got to say on this show. I think that's everything. Unless anybody else has got something to say that they want to talk about, I think we can wrap it up. Oh, gosh, we had 4 hours. Great day in the morning. It's been a long show. I tell you that Jerron Ennis news really shook up and made this thing go long, which is great. But we got to get out of here. It's the weekend. Y'all still got stuff to do. Y'all got a night or an afternoon to enjoy. And I got some stuff I got to take care of myself. So with all of that being said, this has been another episode of The Worshipper with me, your host, Jean-Luc Welch. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening to the show. If you want to support the channel, we got Cash App and PayPal links down below in the description. If you would, it would mean the world to me to help support the show. Leave a like on the video before you leave. Comment your thoughts and opinions on what you liked or disliked about the show. Keep on subscribing to the channel and come join the empire. Share the show with everybody you know, so we can keep on building on this empire together. Hit the notification bell so you know exactly what we got going on in the world of boxing and sports and beyond. We're going to post this on the show, on the podcast once we get out of here. And also be sure, what's the other thing? And also be sure to what's the last thing? What's the last thing? People like, comment, thoughts, and opinions, subscribe to the channel, share the show with everybody you know. We're going to be back on Tuesday. That's it. We're going to be back on, we ain't got no fights this weekend. Thank the Lord. I can take a break. We ain't got no fights this weekend. We're going to be back on Tuesday, though. Talk about the world of boxing and beyond. Getting ready for Moses the Talma versus Dillian White. That's happening next week. Getting closer to Canelo and Crawford. And whatever happens with Boots and Virgil. Whatever happens with that fight, we're gonna talk about it. Absolutely. But we're going to see y'all later. Oh, shoot. We got people coming in real quick. Hold on. Let me say goodbye to some people real quick. Like with Kingdom Boxing. I already saw you that was here. But I'm glad you came in, though. It was a little bit late. Ninja, glad you came through, too. So glad that you're here. And everybody else that showed up. Oh, I forgot. We gotta do a pound for pound. Who made the pound for pound list for the end of this show? And let me see. Jay Will, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. You're late, but you're right on time. At least you showed up. Leave a like before you leave, and you're going to want to hear the whole of this show, or at least skim through the show. We had a lot to discuss today, and I think you'll like it. No question about it. You just got off work, no question. As long as you made it home, and as long as you doing well yourself, that's all I care about, absolutely. And great show. I appreciate it. I appreciate all you going through. You got Dillian White. You got Dillian White by KO. We're going to talk about that on Tuesday. No question about it. But again, we're going to get out of here. We're going to first, hold on. We got to do pound for pound first. Who in the world made the pound for pound for today's episode? At number 3, we got pound for pound, the third best commenter in the world today was Trey Bacon. Yes, sir. Second best was Johnny Blaze. And the first number 1 pound for pound fighter or pound for pound commenter for today's show was indeed Al Booker. That's right, brother. You dethroned Ryan Graves for pound on today's episode. Congratulations to you. We appreciate it. And hey, the more you comment, the more you can get to this pound for pound, the top fans thing. And hey, it can be great. It can be phenomenal. So Al Booker, congratulations on being the pound for pound number 1 commenter for this show on today. It's actually pretty dope. We can do this and track the fans and who comments or whatever. It's great. But again, we got to get out of here. I've been Jean-Luc Welch. Y'all have been wonderful. Peace and love. We are out of here. Yes. Oh, no. Peace and love. We are out of here. Yes, sir. We are going to see you all on Tuesday. Peace and love. Be safe. Be blessed. And we out of here.